Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 8 of CrossFire League West. Joining me here today is Hazem X and myself, Kushari. I will be your host. He is your analyst. From our caster's point of view, it will be my good friend Laz and Pandoxon, who I got to meet yesterday as well. We have a pretty good lineup for today. Some very, very intense matches, which we'll be looking at in a few minutes. However, I'd like to just make a quick recap. But first, let's talk about ROC versus Entropy. ROC is basically ex-3BL, and Entropy, we saw them yesterday struggle a lot against unKnights, and they unfortunately lost 2-0. But nonetheless, ROC is maintaining their standing based on their name. They are ROC. They're a ROC. They're formed as a ROC. And I like the name, you know what I mean? Yeah. So they want to maintain their standing. I think they're currently 5-0, and hopefully they can push through and make it 6-0. Nonetheless, we also have another game that I'm looking forward to, which is GV versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Man, I wish that the second game gave me the same vibe as TBI versus Anubis yesterday. Please, God, give me another game like this.
That was pretty intense.
Yeah, 3 games. I think the 3 games went overtime, if not both of them.
Two of them, yeah.
Yes, 2 of them went overtime. It was super intense. We were just watching the game
neck to neck.
Yeah.
It was exceptionally a good moment. Man, I'll tell you something. As I was falling asleep, I hope the players got some rest. But for me, I was thinking, not just thinking of Crossfire, I was having rounds in my head while I'm dreaming. And that's how much we love and have passion towards being your host and analyst.
The double kill.
Exactly. The grenade on Jaguar in the corner as well. That was very, very, very fun. Anyways, to look at the standings, our top 4, so unKnights pushed themselves to rank 2, well deserved. GG is still trying to maintain their position. Anubis and GV are competing. However, Anubis did play 7 games, while GV and GG will basically be fighting, grinding their teeth to reach the top 4. As for the bottom 4, which is TBI, Entropy, and 999 plus GV, but GV still has a chance, and so does TBI. It's not that far in yet until we reach the playoffs, but once we do, and the top 4 are secured, that's when the heat will be turned up.
Yeah, so there's 2 levels of the game, of the standings. It's the top 4 between ROC till Anubis, and from Anubis to 999. The main struggle is the lower standings, the Entropy, TPI, Anubis, because it's the danger zone.
Definitely,
But up there, man, ROC Esports, unK used to be in the 4th, man. They skipped 2 positions just by winning 1 game.
They earned it. They earned it.
So, yeah, exactly. They earned it. Speaking about ROC Esports, by the way, playing against Entropy tonight, they struggled yesterday, man. Entropy, I did not. Okay, we all expected a 2-0, but we did expect the games to be close, man.
A bit more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, how can you see a game with Entropy names out there and expect it to be a one-sided game?
What a roster, man. Unfortunately, we do have a player missing, which is Slayer, which is a core element of this team. Nonetheless, super experienced players across the board, ex-3BL players. I appreciate them all. I know some of them personally, and they, I think, are not putting the pedal off the gas. They're gonna full push through, and they want to maintain their top 1 position in this league.
I think it's the same for them. Slayer out, dump, and we're still winning. I mean, Slayer impact is insane. So don't get me wrong, Slayer impact is huge within the games, but I think, damn, look at how it is. Thing is about ROC Esports, the vibes just fun all the time between the boys. So I'm super excited for Dam. Of course, he's the substitute here, so all eyes on him, just like the boys yesterday, Travis and Avon. Not much to talk about. Our Snake and Tossa Snare. Snare considered top 3 snipers worldwide. I'm not speaking about EU. I'm not speaking about
more.
West. Every game, man, you can't tell why he's one of the best snipers out there. It's just the killing speed, one after another after another.
Definitely, yeah. Now we're looking back at Entropy, who did play yesterday and have Gainer subbed with Pio. I do have to give some credit where credit is due, is that Pio did perform. He tried to to get some clutches. He got a decent KDA to say the least, and seems to have good chemistry. Let's see today if 40 can push through, and Vice as well with Madison have a lot of experience in this game. Just because you had one bad game doesn't mean it's the end of the world. They definitely got a good night's sleep. They're more than ready to face the top team. Pressure is on, but they're experienced players nonetheless. I don't think they're planning to give this up that easily as much as the crowd might think it is.
I mean, sadly for Pew, it was an unfortunate game yesterday. He played against the second place in the standings, UNK, so he didn't get much time to perform and show up as Trav and even did from TBI and Anubis. But, you know, another challenge. Yeah, you're playing against the number one contender, not the number two now. But who knows? Everything's possible in the Pew world. And I'm super excited for this game. You know, thing is, every time ROC Esports playing, I'm putting my money on the other team because I love a dark horse story. I love an underdog story.
Yeah, it's like a David and Goliath kind of thing. I mean, ROC has only dropped one map, and apparently it was a bit of a technical issue as well.
Exactly.
So let's say, if Entropy wins game 1, do you think ROC is just going to hand it over on a silver platter, or they're going to fight for the other 2 rounds?
Man, I think the head-to-head speaks to us more, answered your question. It's the first place playing against the 7th place. It's 100% win rate, man. You never see 100%. Means every game we win. Look, I'm not an analytical guy that reads the papers.
Do you believe in the caster's curse? I don't want to jinx it. You know, I don't want to jinx it.
I believe in caster's curse, but man, if it's like this, I cursed ROC Esports like thousands of times. Still, they do win every single game, man.
Yeah, and here we're looking at some of our key players. Nonetheless, 40 was mentioned yesterday. Exceptional player, one of the best snipers in EU back in 2021-2022. He's known for his calmness, his composure, a lot of crutches. He took a break in 2024, and now he's coming back to redeem his title, let's say. Totson as well, he will be our second entry. He's played in most of the Egyptian teams, let's say in Anubis, 3BL, has great synergy with Horus and the rest of his team, and is definitely one of the shining stars of the West League, if not the world.
My eyes are on 40, to be honest, man. Yesterday you asked me who's the player to watch from the Entropy. I told you it's 40. 40 always impressed. 40 always managed to deliver in the same performance. I'm pretty sure yesterday was just an unlucky day for the boys. Now, does that mean that they will get the win tonight? I can't say yes, because ROC Esports is just them for me, man. ROC Esports is just the creme de la creme with every team I see. Every game,
they're the stars,
yeah, they are just stars.
I mean, nonetheless, I'm here for a show, and so is everyone else.
Give
so
me 3 games,
we won
man.
3 games, man, without any
the last
confusion.
Map?
Hopefully it goes to 3 games, because it just makes it more worthwhile and more entertaining as well. But keep in mind, I'm pretty sure Entropy has watched the last 5 games of ROC, and their coach has as well, and they may have integrated some of ROC's play styles into their game sense, you know, and to make sure that maybe they can play around it. Now let's look at the map drafting. Tell me a little about it, Mr. Hazem.
Default map for ROC Esports. So if you know anything about ROC Esports, you'll know that they always go for compound. Ankara is, I'd love to see Ankara as a default map that goes for both teams. So it's not like Mexico, it's not like Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, you just pick it for specific reasons for the GR side or the PL side. But no, Ankara is a bit default. Now Black Widow is a decider map. Now, if we even reached Black Widow, which I really hope so, that gives higher chances for team Entropy, but I doubt it, because compound, though, first map, ROC Esports is just dominating.
What about the bans, though? Do you think it makes a big difference, or are these players experienced across all of these maps?
I understand the Eagle Eye ban from Entropy side, because, man, we've seen the ROC Esports playing an Eagle Eye
demolish anyone on that map. Yeah, I agree.
It's a one-sided game. It's a quick one-sided game for the ROC Esports. So I understand the ban. The ban on sub-biz from ROC Esports, not sure of it, because Entropy did play sub-biz before and they did lose. But nonetheless, we're going for the 3 default map compound and Eagle Eye and of course Ankara.
And let's not forget, ROC as well rarely has had any kind of roster change throughout their 2+ years career. But damn, I've heard about this man, and the fact that he gets to scrim and play with some of the best players in the league, 100%. I'm pretty sure inshallah he can step up to the challenge.
Can you like see the chemistry there? No change to the roster. Like judging from TBI performance yesterday, fresh roster. We're just new. We're just getting to used to get each other, and the chemistry wasn't the best. Like 80%. Now it's 100% here. ROC Esports.
And as we can see here, everyone is fully focused. Entropy head down, looking at their screen, prepared, while ROC is having a huddle up. Kind of emphasizing of how important these next few games in the next few weeks are gonna be if they want to maintain their top performance. So far so good, and we wish you both the best of luck. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Man, I interviewed 40 from Entropy, who is super nice, super humble. I interviewed Leon Clow before, he's super humble. I interviewed Horace though, man. He's like, look man, we're going for the clean sheet. We're not gonna lose a game. Get over with it, man. We're winning everything. No one's gonna beat us. So Horace, man, you put yourself in a weird situation, so make up for it, man.
Best of luck for both teams. All the best for everyone playing today. And I'd like to send it to our casters, Laz and Pandoxon.
Go, boys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Like you guys said, and really good analysis on the desk to talk about our bit of a fun matchups we have here today, Pando. And I mean, I think the obvious one is, like we said, this first one with ROC taking Entropy, which is a pretty cool one just because you have kind of the #1 team kind of taking on that bottom tier team. So it kind of creates a little bit of a favoritism in some way, or kind of that expectation ROC should be able to run away with this. But do you have hopes for Entropy? Do you think that these guys might be able to throw a little bit of a haymaker on them or something like that?
Yeah, hello. It's a hard question to begin with. So yeah, you know, yesterday it was a really tough day for Entropy, I would say, but you never know. Maybe they have something in store we are just not ready for yet. But yeah, let's take a look at the map pick. I feel like no big surprises there. The only thing that I'm a little bit confused by is ROC banning subbase, like the Des mentioned earlier on. But maybe ROC not feeling it today. Subbase not in the mix, but of course, Compound, always a nice map to watch, right?
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, definitely a classic, and I mean, this is like the ROC staple, right? I mean, these guys love playing this map. I mean, last year was that was the map they were doing internationally that they were doing quite well on. So it's nice to see that they obviously want to still play it. It's like kind of their backbone, but I always kind of want to see a little bit more out of them. I was kind of hoping for a little bit of a different veto, if I'm going to be honest, just kind of given the matchups and just given that there's some stand-ins, things like that. So I was hoping we see a little bit more creativity, but you know what? They want to go for the bread and butter. They just want to play what's comfortable. So it makes a lot of sense. And I think for Entropy, I mean, this is, again, always a big test. And I don't know, Pando, do you actually have confirmation? Because I don't think I've ever heard it yet, but I thought I heard Vise was the IGL. Is that actually true, or do you not know yet too?
To be fair, not really sure who it is, but someone has to be it. So whoever it is, he has to put some big brain moments here to make sure Entropy will have a good day. But we are jumping into the game, and no one is dead yet. It's been 20 seconds. No, but let's see how much Entropy will put into this match. And it is actually going to be Totson starting off with a great kill onto 40, making them look very strong in the very early moments of this game. And you know what? There's one thing we have to mention, right? So it is ROC Esports, the league leader, undefeated with a dominant 5-0 record. So Entropy, there's literally a rock in front of them, right? So what can they do?
No, exactly. I mean, honestly, the fact that Totson's able to get a really nice open duel, nice way for them to kickstart this round a little bit here for ROC, feel a little bit better. Double OMs here are going to be actually equipped as well, which is very unique for these guys. We don't normally see that, so Damp's actually going to be the one that's going to equip the secondary right behind Snare. So that's a really fun little thing to see, and I don't know, Pando, do you think like a double on the blacklist side is like a normal thing to see on a map like this? I just feel like we never see teams do this.
Well, maybe not normal, but sometimes it can be very good though. I mean, sometimes we even see a triple sniper setup, right? So a dual sniper setup, not the worst idea ever. And look at Pew, ready to go Horus. Didn't even stand a chance, but the flash is good. Snake takes him out. He even gets another one. Menacin, the second guy to fall. And now it is going to be Entropy. Really close to the task here. It's only going to be Vice and Beva looking for the clutch here, but look at this position by Snare. Obviously a very standard one with the sniper, but it's very difficult to get him out of there because, you know, he has a sniper, it's a close range and you can't really check him in that position without really approaching him. Look at this, he gets both of them.
Yeah, pretty swift and easy, right? I mean, Snare just hitting some big shots, and you gotta love that Snake was able to find that double opener, you know, in mid like that, just clearing off every single angle, and then just allowing Snare to kind of just put the nail to the coffin. So, a pretty decent round from ROC, honestly. Like, they got a good start with Tots in the beginning. Kind of felt like, you know, Entropy got themselves a little bit of a fighting moment there, but it was a bit more quick than we thought, and now ROC are gonna put a little bit more pressure back into B main. So this is where we saw Totson just getting that opening duel. This is where they were able to win that, you know, putting themselves forward. Looks like they want to try to go for it again. Beppa actually goes for a big old swing, but he overextends his welcome a little bit now, so he's only going to be able to find that one duel. But a little bit of a courageous fight from him. That's something we don't normally see from a lot of teams where they try to go for that little window fight, but I don't mind it. I mean, I like that Entropy are just trying to, you know, put up a little firepower against this.
Yeah, well, Beva with a great swing. He's instantly traded though, not the end of the world, of course. But now ROC will go back towards mid, put some utility towards a main. Let's see where they work from here. Probably just taking mid control, but of course it's not going to be that easy as Q tries to fight them here, but he's instantly taken out as well. 40 with some sharp aiming here, takes out Horus in the trade, and now ROC will push into a main looking for whatever they can find. It's going to be Menacin, not able to get anything done from his position, and 40 can't really do anything himself as well. And Vice, now the last man standing, 1 versus 3, a very difficult position to be in, but it is of course never impossible. Vice is a very experienced player. He knows how to stay calm in these situations, but let's be real, it is going to be a very difficult one, and Damp takes him out.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all for the stand-in, so Damp's doing a pretty good job. And yeah, honestly, this is looking like a pretty normal day at the office right now for ROC, and I like this, though. Like, the fact that they're just kind of looking a lot clean on the fights. They're not really, like, breaking too much of a sweat, because, I mean, these guys are notorious for just, you know, grinding out rounds, and it just seems like they can always be on a little bit of a back burner where, like, you know, the other team's able to pick up quite a few rounds in a row before they even get there first. So ROC have done a good job already just kind of setting the tone. So Entropy in a really tough position right now because, again, like, we saw them try to contest on that B main. Really didn't work out for them. They have the other options that they could try to, you know, again, fight for mid control, which is really risky. But I wouldn't mind it from these guys. I wouldn't mind them just trying to be a little bit more adventurous. I mean, it's still early on. But we'll see if they're going to group up. And this time, actually, Menacin and Pew together. This time they're going to play the left and the right. A nice little bit of a crossfire for themselves. The pop flash is going to get thrown. Menacin trying everything. He's going to be able to find the engagement, but who other than Sake, though, man? He's able to just get that instant trade back. He's been able to find a lot of these duels in this mid-control. So ROC are in a great position right now, with plenty of time. They got the utility. This is a good position right now for the Pando.
Yeah, I mean, great setup from Entropy, but of course ROC, they find their way through, and we're seeing some sniper trades, and look at this. 40 doing so much work for his team. He gets 2 with a Snare picking up Beva. Now this is Pew's situation. Nice quick scope here from Snare, leaving Pew all alone. What can he do? He's being spotted. Pew now has to make some major movements to find the victory in this round. Snare actually missing the first shot, but will take him out with a pistol. Another round for ROC, and so far they're looking very clean.
Yeah, they really are, and this is kind of what we expect, right? Like, when we were looking at this matchup, you know, the desk was talking a lot about this, just like, look, ROC are undefeated, you know, going into this weekend. They were 5-0, so they're definitely putting themselves, you know, at the top of the throne, but it's always kind of these situations where you see these like underdog teams where they could obviously cause an upset, right? Like they've been just doing a lot of anti-stratting, they can do whatever, but just not looking like the case right now. And let's not forget that this is a map that, again, ROC love playing on. Like, this is one of their favorite maps, so you would think their protocols are going to be big. Oh, man, just an easy duel, but is he going to be able to find the second? What? Indeed he will. I don't know how he gets away with that one.
Yeah, well, mentioning that, you know, Compound is one of their favorite maps, it's also their map pick here, so of course you have to assume it, right? Nice thing that just happened, I guess. It's a little bit weird from our POV, but mistakes happen, you know. This is Vice with a big swing, at least able to find one, but numbers disadvantage. It is really not looking good for Entropy right now. But of course, on the other side, ROC is looking, I'm gonna say it, rock solid. So yeah, definitely a very good game for them so far, and you know, as we get a little bit of a breathing moment, we can mention one thing. ROC's set win rate is really good though. It's a 10-1, while Entropy's is 3-9. So you can really tell who's the, you know, better team for, or let's say on paper at least, right? Always have to be fair. But again, it continues to be a very dominant, you know, show here from ROC and Entropy. They need to find an answer as soon as possible.
Yeah, they gotta try something different, right? Like, that's the biggest thing, is that I feel like we're kind of just seeing them playing like defaults. We're not really seeing them playing anything a little bit different. Like, in this kind of a matchup, it's like they know that they have a huge mountain to climb. So, from my perspective, I feel like they should be playing different. I would love to see them, you know, trying to hit them a little harder with a punch, like getting a bit more aggressive, trying to, like, just find these timings. Like, right now, this is the most we've seen aggression in terms of their map control here on the GR side. Like, the fact they've already pushed through B main like this. Beva's got a really good angle, but now it just relies about Beva actually hitting these shots. He's been having himself a decent season so far here with this new team, but now he needs to come alive. He's going to be able to find this first, but again, an instant trade. And again, these protocols, once again from ROC, they're just looking buttery smooth right now. And you got to see Vice, he's trying everything he can. He's just trying to go for this fight in the window. But he's still toying the idea here. So a little bit interesting. Again, like, I don't feel like we see a lot of players go for fights like this, but now he's going to be rejoined here with 40, but they've left Pew by himself. Like, so now he's playing a one-man position, and this is not good, because if he can't get at least one, if not two, this is going to allow so much control for ROC right now to just get the round swiftly and so easily, and they get away with it. They just able to take that as a dry swing.
Yeah, I mean, they read Entropy pretty well. Pew left alone in the mid position. They're not really able to get anything done from his position. And now Horus, with like a lot of aggression here, taking out 40. It looked a little scary for a moment, but of course, Horus not missing too many shots. And look at this, one by one, they pick up these Entropy players. And yeah, what can I say? I mean, ROC, they're looking so good right now. Entropy doesn't really stand a chance for now, at least. Not sure what the issue here is. One thing I can say, all of these players are somewhat underperforming. I mean, of course, 40, you know, somewhat the star player for now, I would say. I mean, obviously he has been in the past a lot of times, right? But yeah, even yesterday, 40, you know, he had some great performances here and there. And even today, it's not the greatest, but he's still on top of his game. So on the other side, of course, the sub Damp, you also got to give him a shout out. 5-1, really, you know, stepping it up for his team here. Really doing a great show for us, and yeah, so far so good. And Entropy, they're looking for an answer because, you know, let's say one thing, they have the underdog factor, right? So ROC might you know think, okay, it's an easy team to win against, right? But maybe this could lead to some unexpected, you know, close rounds. But we will have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, the fact that nobody's been dropped and this much time has already passed is something to kind of behold right now, right? I mean, the fact that it's 5-on-5 still, which is kind of funny, because normally it seems like there was always Entropy either to find the opening duel, but then an instant trade, or ROC was able to find themselves in that 5-on-4 kind of power play pretty quickly. Not the case right now, so things are a little bit slower, but ROC looking like a maybe 3-2 split. They're going to keep that C4 in the back pocket here with B main. Beva now trying to go for the fight, and that's actually going to be the C4 drop. So this is really good intel. Ooh, and a nice other shot here from Beva. He's just taking some heads away for a little bit more. Why not, Beva? There it is. That's what we wanted. We knew that he was going to be able to pack this punch, and finally now Entropy put themselves in a position now that they can be able to take this round away, unless we see the clutch of Snake and Snare. Oh god. Oh dear god. There's no way.
Is it actually gonna happen? Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, right? So, Pew stepping it up, getting Snare here. 7-1. Snake last man standing. 1 versus 3. A very likely situation to go his way, but look at the timer. It's 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5. No weapons drawn, and Pew takes him out though.
Not bad at all. I mean, that was a really critical thing. The fact that we see this replay with Beva just able to find this triple kill, obviously huge, right? He put the round in so much of a favoritism here for Entropy, but this set there play right here for Pew, the fact that he was able to win that engagement, like if he would have died, honestly, that could have allowed a lot of room for ROC to still kind of play around that, you know, that would have been, I think, a 2-on-2 at that one point, so that could have been a bit of a disastrous one. But Entropy, though, thankfully, can now put themselves back on the board. The goose egg is now gone. And now what are they going to do with this? A double player, once again, in this B main, so now they're starting to feel like, you know what, let's just go for some firefights, let's go a little bit more aggressive on this. And now ROC are going to have to prepare for it, realizing, okay, we can't let them get too much confidence. But they're playing a very passive game right now here, Pando.
So, right now it seems like Entropy needs a miracle to take this game home. But let's, you know, talk about their round differential, because, you know, it's their second worst in the entire league. It's minus 28. The only team that is actually worse is 999 with minus 59 for reasons. But yeah, it's not the greatest, but not the worst. So right now, ROC putting them under a lot of pressure. Look at the stack here, but they will eventually fall back, leaving one player behind. Pretty much what you do in this kind of position. And once again, Beva, the first one to fall, but we have seen Beva perform. Beva's really stepping it up. I mean, he has found some entries towards Belong. Obviously, it was always traded out, but still something, you know, you need something to work with, and this is the case. No Snare just dancing around in front of B here. I wonder if it actually gonna matter in the end, because of course, you know, Vice and Pew, they have a lot of focus towards Belong here, but look at the midsection there as the rest of ROC push through, look for anything they can find. They get so much map control, and they will eventually hit B, it seems like, because, you know, Snare is still standing, still waiting for his opportunity, and eventually the push will come through, and this is the case. Look at Horus and Snake pushing everyone down. Pew and Vice, they don't even stand a chance, and now it's only 40, and Menacin left alone in a huge clutch, though.
Yeah, the fact that Demp's in this kind of position, yeah, look, he's just going to be able to cross off these rotators. So, I mean, now 40's just getting himself, like, little consolation prizes, right? I mean, ROC, if they want to just play the proper system and the proper setup, this should be a done deal. Like, you already have Horus just holding the close right. You have the other player just on the back of stairs. Totson's just on this left as well. So, they completely have him ambushed, essentially. He has nothing to work with. He's not even able to find that shot, unfortunately. Just misses it. So, now they're going to go for the hunt. They realize there's no way he's going to be able to have enough time. He's getting some kills. He's making things look pretty fun, but it's a little too late. And there we go. ROC, again and again, are putting themselves in great round contention here for making this a swift game.
Yeah. Kind of funny there. I mean, 40 tried his best, I guess, right? But didn't really work out in the end. You know, sometimes all it takes is one clutch play to change the course of the match, but right now it doesn't really look very likely. I mean, again, it's Beva and Vice taking out Horus here, but the trades are instantly there. It's not really worth losing, you know, 2 players for 1. I mean, it's Horus. Yeah, you want to take down Horus because he's one of the, you know, better players, of course, but in the end, you're 1 man down. The player disadvantage is given. And once again, you see a pretty similar attempt from ROC, right? So they send themselves towards Belong. They leave 1 player behind. They rotate back towards mid, and they work from there, right? And this time around, we have Menacin under the tower position here, 1-6. He has a tough game so far, but maybe from his position, maybe he can get something done. He gets 1, and so does 40, looking much better all of a sudden. a much more winnable round for Entropy. And you know what? If they win this round and maybe the next, I give them a chance. You gotta give them that. And again, 40 picking up Damp, and now it's only Snake left alone. 1 versus 3. He takes down Menacin. 2 more to go. He has a lot of time, a lot to work with. Puts down a smoke, and he eventually will play a little bit more with the time to find another player here, and he might get the right idea. But what is happening? Looks a little bit awkward, but can he find Pew as well as Pew? Shift behind him, but not this time around. Snake, he's ready to go.
Oh man, Snake is just playing a top level game right now, and that's what I kind of said a lot about him, right? Like, he's a player that I've always kind of put as a pretty good staple. Like, he's an IGL that can frag pretty hard. Like, he's a guy that's put up 11 and 3. Like, let's not forget, he's right behind Snare, and the fact that he had over a minute to work with, he just played that to perfection. That's just devastating right now for Entropy. They're just not able to find any sort of success, and it seems like this is the only position that they put themselves in to win fights is this B main. And they've even stacked it. They have, 3 players that are committed to this. So now they're winning some engagement, sure. So ROC are just kind of, toying with them. They're just kind of like, you know what, sure, we'll just see what we can get away with. This is just becoming a little bit of a DM session right now. You saw the lurk of Damp that's going to be in mid. So he might try to even cross this off if he can. But yeah, ROC are just kind of playing a weird game and allowing Beva to get fed, and okay. Entropy might finally have themselves a second round in their favor. And indeed they will.
Yeah, I mean, Beva not letting this one slip, still fighting, still putting up these numbers. And it's nice to see that, even though it's not looking very great for them, he's still with a spirit, he's still trying his very best. And this is something you pretty much want to see. And yeah, 7 and 2, Entropy very far behind. Of course, ROC wants to keep their undefeated streak alive, right? But put pressure mounts, put pressure, wait, 1, 2, 3, put pressure mounts the longer. So I would say maybe, maybe the side switch can make some magic happen here, but ROC already starting off with a great kill onto Beva. Beva once again the first one to go down, but Beva's really trying his best, right? So you can't really blame him for that. He's really putting up these numbers, but now he's on the floor. ROC with the advantage though.
Big advantage once again for ROC, and this is what we were kind of saying, is the fact that they're able to put themselves in a lot of situations where they were able to win the opening fights. I mean, we got to see Entropy definitely get away with it a few times, but it felt like it was the efforts of Beva or maybe even Vise just getting something engaged here in the B main. But now things will be a little bit different. Totson's the one that's going to get tested right now, and he's got 3 players that might be even looking to contest him right now, but Snare is close on by. Decent nade, a little bit of damage against Pew, nothing much more, but a smoke going to get thrown. These guys might commit through it. Indeed they will, and now Totson getting fed these one-on-one situations, but at least the trade can come back through one player at least. So there's a small opening right now for the C4 to make it into this site, and 40, instead of committing right away to the plant, he's going to post up. He's hoping he might be able to find a duel, but he might even actually be overthinking this situation a little bit, because he's really just kind of burned the time on this and allowed Snake now to put himself in this site. So this is going to make it more problematic. You can see that 40 was so worried somebody else was close on by, and rightfully so, but now, I mean, Vise is going to have to do something across the map where he has to win a duel to kind of throw these rotates off guard.
Yeah, it's a bit odd to see these positions. I mean, 40 wasn't really able to, jump into B because, his teammate was nowhere to be seen. Vise on a long right now trying to fight Horse and Damp, but he will go down. 10 seconds on the board. 40 in a really rough spot right now. He gets 1, but he has to find 2 more and get the bomb down as well. Not this time around. 40 maybe, I don't think so. The time will go to 0 and he will not get the bomb down. He puts it down anyway, but this is another round for ROC. The timer not on Entropy's side. Again, kind of odd position for Vise to be in, or for 40 really, because they need to stay together. They need to find anything for a possible round win. But yeah, ROC take this one in fashion. 2 more to go for the victory, and Entropy looking for an answer.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot of answers right now, because look, like they're down by 6. They need to be able to push that to pushing an overtime or to even a tie game, which then raises the question of overtime or a map win, but ROC have honestly just been playing such a stellar game, and that's what we talked about for this veto to come through, and the fact that Compound was able to slip on through. I felt like that was a bit of a mistake potentially from Entropy, but we'll see. We'll see if that'll be the case. Maybe the gas in the tank might happen now, and that's going to be a nice entry here from Vi, so that's going to be a good start. But now what are they going to do with this? This is where it's important. 40 actually getting away with a nice little bit of a quick pick, and okay, Entropy are now starting to pick up a little bit of steam, leaving it to just Totson and Damp now. The last 2 players remaining. They have 3.5 guys that they have to worry about right now. And you can already see Totson's already pushed himself deep in mid again. Like, he is just now looking to find the rotate if he can. He wants to be able to get this timing. He knows that 40's right above him. But now the remaining Entropy players, they've actually backed off, and they're going to go towards B. So this could be a decent read right now, Pando.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Horace was a little bit too over-aggressive, maybe too confident, but Madison made sure he will get punished for it right instantly. So now jumping onto the bomb site B here, Damp trying to defend it as much as he can. No, 40 with some whiffs from behind. Damp actually takes him out, but Totson now left alone. Will he play the time, or is he going to jump straight in? It looks like he jumps in. No one is looking at him. No, not still one. Actually takes out 1, 2, not the third though. Beba makes sure the round is secured anyway. Look at these faces. Ugh, a little bit, you know, they're smiling, but too close for comfort though.
Yeah, really close for comfort. And honestly, that was really awkward. Like you said, they were all just kind of focused on the whole other side of B main. Like, they were completely, you know, evaluating that he was going to come through the other doorway. Like, I don't know what the calm was, but man, Totson was almost going to be able to get away with murder on a triple kill. The fact that it came down to a 1v1 in that situation is just ridiculous. But look, I mean, Entropy did a good job about finding these duels. This is where ROC, you know, you can kind of tell they're still playing their game. They're starting to be a little bit more ego peaks, right? Like, even right now, Flash comes in. Oh, Horse is not messing around at all, and finding that double kill. Just again trying to bully a little bit in the system in this server, and man, they've already been able to find 3 duels with the C4 being dropped. Has just put them in such an advantaged position right now. So Entropy have to just grind this out, and they have nothing to work with right now.
We have seen underdog stories before, but right now I don't really believe that the underdog Entropy will, you know, surprise us to a factor where it might get close. But so far, 3 rounds is the charm. Maybe they are able to get some more. 40 takes out Snake, Beba takes out Snare, which is a great start. 2 versus 2. It is going to be a little bit odd as they back off. There's, you know, they play the time a little bit here and there. Beba now crosses the midsection. 40 close behind him. Totson now needs to defend the GR side here, not able to do it. Bomb will go down onto B. Now Damp left alone. The sub player. Will he be able to clutch this round for his team? He doesn't really close. He actually wastes no time. 40 takes him out instantly. I expected him to, you know, waste the time a little bit more, but he instantly went into the main. He got punished for it, and look at this. I mean, Horace, he's so sharp today, really.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing. You know, I think the desk has really talked a lot about that in the season so far. It's just like the improvement of Horace and how well he's been able to really become a big staple for these guys. And that's the thing, like, when he's playing his game, man, like, you gotta look out, right? I mean, that's where he's a really good entry fragger. He's able to just put the rifle into his hands, and he can just single-handedly win around for you, right? So, right now, I mean, these rounds are getting close. I mean, Entropy are still showing some life, which is a good thing to see. But they're coming down to these grindy moments of, like, these 2v2s, maybe a 3-on-2, something like that. But we'll see. I mean, like I said, a long road for them to go ahead here. 4 more to push themselves to a tie. Still a lot of cushion here for ROC to be able to work with. And they've actually mixed up their composition just a little bit more on this. So now what they've done is they put Snare, and as well as Totson, they're going to be on towards B this time. Totson normally plays this position, but instead they're not playing as passive as before. This time they're playing a little bit more aggro. Now you can see Snare. He's actually going to go for the full rotate. He realizes his teammate's going to go down, and Horus can't seem to find the shots. And now Damp Stand-in needs to be able to find some kills, and at least he gets himself the double, but now it's brought down to a 2v2, and the C4 still dropped. You can see Pew's now evaluating. He's trying to clear all the information. Snare just needs to find this perfect timing, but Pew! Oh my goodness, a little bit of a running one-tap is going to definitely make insult to injury, and now Totson for a clutch situation here, the 1-on-2 with 40's going to be wounded. Totson needs to land these shots. He's already missed once, and he can't do it again, and Entropy stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, great entry here by Vice, picking up Horus, and of course, Pew with some, frags by himself. I think it was 4 in total, I think, it might be. But yeah, I mean, Pew stepping it up for Entropy. The sub, of course, needs to step in for Gainer, and you know what? ROC, all of a sudden, I mean, obviously, ROC still is, the favorite, but of course, Entropy, they stepped up big time. They put some numbers on the board and make these rounds much closer. And one thing I wanted to mention is ROC only lost one map so far, and it was to GV in overtime. It was 13-11 on port, so this is pretty much the only time where ROC was, struggling a little bit. And so far, I would say they look pretty good. And there's the timeout coming out of ROC because suddenly they can't really close out these rounds anymore. And you can really tell on these faces, they were smiling a lot. They were like, making fun. But all of a sudden, they look much more serious, though.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? Like it's always good to be able to have a lot of fun and stuff like that, but it's tough when you're in these like official situations too, because like you also have to just make sure you get the job done, right? And now, things were laughing and smirking and everybody's having a really good time, but now they've lost a few rounds in a row. Things aren't really going their way. They're starting to lose some duels that they weren't before. That's when like it really can start to snowball, right? That's when you can see another team really make a comeback where this is a good timeout call for them. Just gonna cool things down, just kind of talk things over, just like really clean up the comms. There's all the important things here, and they don't even look that stressed right now. But they also just need to be aware that look, Entropy are definitely a team that are capable of pushing this thing to an overtime. They're not like the weakest team in the whole league, obviously.
Yeah, and I think it's Snare. He was like really leaning back in his chair, just chilling, listening, figuring it out. And Entropy, Entropy on the other side, just chilling as well, just having a little bit of a conversation. And again, look at him, just leaning back, enjoying, I think the names are mixed up, but still, just
That's
chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, right.
Everybody
So.
knows.
ROC, hopefully they have the answer now. Timeout should be over. We are joining back into the game, and I don't know about you, Laz, but I expect a big change.
Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope that, Snake was able to, have a conversation with these guys and just kind of clean things up, right? Like we said, there's been a couple rounds that they've given up that I felt like they should have been able to close, and they're just kind of losing these opening fights, which seemed a little bit awkward, but we'll find out. I mean, this was a 8-2 at one point, and now this is an 8-5, so this thing is definitely getting a little bit closer and closer as the rounds go by. And now ROC, what I want to see from them, again, is just these trades, right? That's what we saw they do so well on the BL side, so the fact that they can play these systems of, if somebody goes down, they can trade it out right away. Not going to be the best situation considering trades are better for the BL side, but we just need to see them be able to hit a little bit more with that teamwork there. But Entropy have actually really pumped the brakes and just waiting. They thought that ROC were maybe going to get aggressive in mid. You can see they were kind of hesitant to go there. So they're really just, again, trying to evaluate their options. They're very worried about some players that have been able to be a little bit, prickly and have pushed themselves across the map already.
Yeah. Snare is holding a long angle there with an B long angle with the arm. Let's see if he's able to find anything, because he will be put to the task here as all these Entropy players line up right in front of him, looking for anything they can find, because they know, of course, someone has to be close, right? Someone is holding that angle. Snare able to find the first one. Can he find the second, though? He's Very good sniper player. Look at his angles, really tight though. And Pew is literally hitting right next to him. Totson now there to support his friend. But what can he do from his position? It's going to be a big ask, and eventually the smoke will fade, will come down. And now the jump is in. Can he get anything done? Beva takes out Snare, but there's the instant trade you were talking about earlier, right? So Totson now left alone with Horus on the side here. And as you can tell, Entropy already backing up, leaving one player behind. And actually, never mind. They actually decide to push towards the long here, picking up the bomb as well.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, the time is ticking. They only got 20 seconds, so right now, ROC are in the best position right now. You get double players that are on the site. You have the close on rotate here of Snake, but they have to make sure that Horus can stay alive long enough. Oh, man, that might not be good. The flash is coming in. C4 still drops, so 40 has to just get this plant instantly, but I think it's going to be a little too late unless he gets in the nick of time, and indeed he will, but his life is going to be the cost of it. So now we get to see ROC finally clean things up a little bit. They get themselves back on map point here, but now they got 4 chances to close things out, but hopefully they don't let it slip like what we saw before.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that Entropy really like to run down the clock, right? So they really play till the very last second, which sometimes it's not really working out in their favor. But look at this, 40 picking up Damp from the tower position. I like the aggression, you know, it's something you don't see all day. It's, you know, usually it's something you see a lot of times, but I haven't really seen it quite often in a couple of days. But yeah, tower push is always nice to see. 40 this time around will be, you know, the better player on the other end, so he picks him up. Now, you know, the aggression from ROC there also in BC was really nice to see. You know, it was a good attempt, but of course, it is going to be Horus now being put to the task once again. He gets 2, get 3! Can he get the 4th? Never mind, no one to be seen. And Horus, he's such a good player, man. He puts up these numbers all the time. It doesn't even matter which day, which time, you know, it doesn't matter. Horus looking for 4th, and there it is. Can he get the ace? No, Beva running for his life. Snare actually takes him out, and it's just crazy, right?
Oh man, that was really crazy, and that's where we were kind of talking about, you know, someone like Horus, like, look, we want to see a little more pop-off moments from him, and there he goes. Like you said, almost gets the ace. He got the quad kill to just put the nail to the coffin, so to speak, on this first map, and you gotta love it. I mean, I felt like it was a little bit of a good start here from ROC, kind of slowed down, you know, for those few rounds, but honestly, they did a really good job just at closing it out. They used that timeout, just clean things up. So, and the fact they were able to win just the last 3 rounds that they needed was perfect, right? That's what we want to see from timeouts, and it looked like it was picture perfect for these guys, and they continue their reign of terror here with these big old W's.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to Ankara, which is Entropy's pick, right? So I'm really excited to see this map because, again, Entropy, of course, they were losing in the end, but still, I would say they really put up a great performance. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We will go to the desk now. See you soon.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you so much, Pandoxin. A lot of, almost everything you guys said during that game, I couldn't agree with more. First, I'll take it to Hazem. I just want to ask, do you think Entropy does have a fighting chance of comeback? And there was a lot of no scopes, a lot of, like, it was so entertaining to watch, man.
I mean, we'll get into that quick scopes and no scopes also. Answering your question, at the start of the game, if you ask me in the early game, I'll say no. If you ask me in the mid game, I'll still say no. But the late game for Entropy Gaming, it's a comeback masterpiece for them. They started from 2 rounds, climbing up slowly but surely, getting up to 5 rounds, and then 1 tactical timeout for Team ROC ended up all things. But you have to respect the comeback from Biga and the comeback from the boys. From
Beva had a very good play there as well. So did Horus.
Exactly, man. Oh, man, Horus. After that tactical timeout, you know, thing is about Entropy yesterday and tonight, it's you can't see trades happening from Team Entropy Gaming. So imagine this, Horus entering the site, A main, for example, kills 1. So what you think is, okay, Manison is going to trade him. No, he gets Manison.
Yeah, it
You
feels
say-
like on attack side, they
Yeah.
just brought the firepower. ROC came in shooting, barrels, everything.
You have to trade them. If Horace gets man, said Fizz trades. If even Fizz dies, 40 trades. No, Horace gets 3 kills.
Invalid.
Yesterday we saw this from unKnights still. We saw this a couple of times from Snare. Speaking of Snare, 1.60 KDA. The guy was
Very
insane
impressive,
with
yeah.
his sniper.
Very
On the attack side, though, ROC Esports focuses on med. They focus on, they don't play 2B, 2A plays on first
Default,
blood.
yeah.
No, they don't play default. They all stack on one side because they know their individual skills much better than Entropy's, and that shows whenever they enter any side. And you said it to me while we were watching the game. They overtake the side easily.
Yeah, like almost every entry is successful,
It's
and
an
there's been
easy-
a tactic that they've been consistently using, just
Yeah.
like the casters last pointed it out. They could rotate towards B, and then they leave one man either lurking or just to hold that angle, and the rest of them go through mid and force a play and force an entry, whether it's with the sniper or with multiple people rushing in at you. And I've seen some insane no-scopes, man, and damp chapeau to you, man.
Yeah.
You did, in my eyes. I haven't seen you play as much, but I never doubt.
Damn did show up for the game. Him and Snare, you played with the Snare, by the way.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
playing with Snare is a pressure itself.
Yeah.
And when you play with Snare and you get the amount of kills and the amount of plays, you have to respect this. You know, the breaking point for me was the Snake 1v3 clutch. 1v3, man, is in CrossFire, you know, utility, no smokes, no flashes. In the late game, it's a 1v3, surely Entropy will win it. Nope. It's Snake winning it, clutching a 1v3 scenario from around 8, making ROC in a winning streak. So what I want to say is, if Entropy just trade ROC Esports members, I think Entropy has a higher chance to go map 3, but for now on, if the same thing goes for the second map, it's doom, man, for Entropy.
Yeah, and from the way I see it, I feel like ROC is playing a lot more impulsively. Like, they don't even wait to consider all
just
the angles
enter
and
the
stuff.
side,
It's just
man.
like, I know there's 3. I hope they're not aiming at me. I'm rushing in. All right. Hopefully we get best of 3. I really wish. Good luck. Good performance for both teams. I'll take it back to the casters. Thank you,
Let's
and
go.
good luck.
Yeah, really good analysis, just kind of bringing things through on the first map. And now we get to go to Ankara, which I'm kind of a little bit torn on this one because I feel like Entropy have really gone for this pick many times. I don't know personally, Pando, if I'm really convinced that this is a good map for them, in my opinion. But I mean, also, I think it's a good map for them just to keep, you know, kind of getting the polish on to see if they can make it more their staple. But what are your thoughts about this pick? I was really torn on it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Entropy is pretty good on all these maps, right? I mean, we saw it on the compound. Obviously, ROC was the better team in the end, but they still had a very good performance overall. And, you know, thinking about Ankara, we just have to see what happens, to be fair. I can't really give any predictions on that map, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, Entropy prepared themselves. They know what to do. They have a game plan, but so does ROC. And I'm just very excited to jump into the game. But look at these players. Take a look. Do you think they're nervous at some point? I don't really think so. I think they're ready to go, and I mean, from the POV from Entropy, right? They're probably going to, you know, they did okay. 1, 2, 3. I think they want to win Ankara, of course, and go to the decider map, Black Widow. But for that, they have to put up a huge show here, and we just have to see and find out what happens.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think, the comment about like any nervous players, if there's anybody nervous, like I feel like it's probably going to be ROC, right? Only in the sense that, like we talked about, is us in the desk, is that they're on the top of the throne right now. They're the ones that want to have an undefeated season again. They're the ones that want to be able to be the kings of the throne. They want to be the ones that are just dominating, right? I think that was where Azim was talking about that with Horus, and he made those comments like, we ain't losing a map, we ain't losing a series this whole season. So I think for those guys, that's where maybe the nervousness will come in. But when games get really close and rounds start to come on through, that's when they have to be nervous. But a bit of trade off here with the Alms. Snare. Ooh, Snare and 40, but Snare just too quick with it, man.
Yeah, and they're not wasting any time. ROC takes out Vice as well, leaving Madison and Deva left alone. And wow, I mean, ROC, they are playing super fast right now with this, kind of aggression. It is just something you don't really see all day. But of course, ROC, they're super confident. against Entropy, right? But we saw it last game, you know, Compound, it was really close, kinda in the end, right? It was Entropy getting some rounds, and overall, ROC, obviously, you know, the stronger team on paper, but I would still say Entropy, they have a good shot. As you can tell, Beva is ready to go, picks up 2, but he's quickly traded out by Snare. Now it's Menacing. Can he get it done? No, it's going to be Snare with a quick scope onto Menacing, saving the first round here.
Yeah, but look, I gotta definitely tip my hat a little bit here for Beva. Like, I was kind of talking about, like, you know, he's one of those guys on this team that makes me really excited because he's just been playing a lot better, right? It feels like ever since he's joined this team, like, his numbers have gone up, his, like, gameplay's gotten a lot better. So he has really just been trying to, you know, be the hero as much as he can to be able to find some duels. Like, he's the one top ranking on his team right now with a triple. Now we have to see if Manason's going to maybe be able to find a little bit of success like him before. Manason does only get this one, and look at how fast that ROC take full control of this A site. They don't even mess around. They don't allow any breathing room at all. And now Entropy, only got the 2 players remaining, and Vise now needs to do something big, but oh my god, he finds a triple kill, leaving it to Damp by himself. How on earth are we in this kind of a situation, down to the 1v1, and Vise might be able to just be the hero they need, and indeed he will!
Wow, I mean, Vise, a super experienced player, right? He has so much on his plate, right? And a 4K like this, not even close for this guy, right? So huge shoutouts to him, putting up these numbers, and look at the shot from Menacing. At least one Snake goes down, but of course ROC responds quickly with some of their own, but they didn't really think about Vise, and Vise, you know, he picks up all of these players, secures the run for Entropy, and this is a very, very good start for Entropy, I would say.
That's a really great start. Yeah, and honestly, I was thinking that Madison was going to be the one that might have been able to be the anchor, but instead it was the IGL of Vise that just puts himself in vintage form and puts up a massive quad kill. You love to see it, and like the fact of how he was able to do it too, and he was just moving so swiftly and just hitting the shots perfectly. You love to see it for Entropy fans, but now look again, ROC once more just load the kill feed so quickly with all 4. They bounce back into a lead right away. So a little bit of a blip here, but not bad at all. And right now, Snare putting himself at a 7-1, so he's doing some farming right now, Pando.
Yeah, he wants that stat, right? So wow, ROC really quickly right now. I mean, they had a 30-second round push towards A. Now they had a 40-second round push towards mid, and they're not wasting any time. They want this one to be over pretty quickly, and Entropy with a little bit of a stack onto A here, almost a 4-man stack, but Vise decided to go back towards middle, which of course wasn't a better decision here. Beva finds Totsten through the smoke, and yeah, it's a start, you know, Entropy, a man advantage. Totsten goes down, and so goes Damp, and they're left behind, if you ask me. But there comes ROC with all the force they got, and look at these Entropy players all over the map. They need to come together to find a chance into this, you know, comeback here, and it's a little bit weird. Beva not hitting too many shots, Snake still, you know, jumping and dancing around those, you know, generators there, and now it's Snare and Horus trying to save what can to be saved here. And look at this, Snare good for another one. Menace now a 1v1 situation. Snare is 9-1, but not this time around. It's going to be Menacing with a clutch here. He smiles and laughs. He's happy about this one, man.
Yeah, he really is, and honestly, it was the fact of his positioning. Snare thought that, you know, Madison went for the drop down, right? So, I mean, these rounds are getting really close. Like I was saying, like Entropy on this map, I wasn't really sure what I was going to be expecting from this, but you know, despite them like losing the previous round like very quickly, like almost like a flawless round from ROC, I mean, they're really putting up a good fight right now. It's back and forth, a 2-2, a lot of clutch factor into these rounds that Entropy have been able to win. But that's also like what I was kind of talking about for ROC. Like they got to make sure they don't lose focus on this, because a lot of these rounds are starting to get a little bit too grindy and down to these clutch situations that might be a little bit a little daunting for them. And now you can see Entropy, like even Vise, he's starting to feel it a lot more. He finds the opening duel, which is going to allow him just to pull back with his teammates. They're even going to play the double in mid, kind of leaning on this, and they're playing a really good buddy system right now. And 40 looking for the first engagement, but look, it's him and Snare versus each other again. Oh, Snare spots the foot, but 40's able to get that kill. The cost of his HP, but man, oh man, they're starting to win these gunfights, and this is looking a little problematic for ROC right now.
Yeah, and Entropy looks a lot better. I mean, look at us. We are break even. I mean, right now Entropy has the man advantage in this round. Totson now trying to find 40, the low HP player. He is able to find him though. Quick headshot onto him, and now it's going to be a little bit of a situation here. Totson, good for another one, but Menacing picks up Damp as well, and look at this. I mean, Horus, once again, I have to mention it. He is so sharp today. He gets those headshots one by one by one. But there's a trade. Menacing picks him up, and instantly, of course, Totson trades him out. And once again, Beva with the clutch here. He gets another round for Entropy. And you know what? Entropy actually in the lead on their pick. So I would say right now they look really good, though.
Yeah, Entropy are looking really good. That is a really good point. Like I said, the fact that they're winning these clutch situations when ROC seem to be like having a decent start in the rounds, like you can even see this is now 2 rounds in a row where Totson was again looking in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, and Entropy, what do we got here? A bit of aggression, but oh man, 40 just cannot seem to make the shot, and now Snare just farming. He gets himself in over double digits now. He's putting himself in at 11-3. Single-handedly just trying to just drop some massive kills. And ROC, like we see these rounds where they just are so dominant, and then we see these other rounds where they're just grinding out these like 2v2s or 1v1 situations. But look, I mean, this is definitely a good rebound and making sure that lead's not going to be too far here for Entropy.
Yeah, it's going to be Vice left alone. 1 versus 5. And Snare, what a quick scope onto Vice with a flick as well. I mean, wow, that looked amazing. And you know what? I like the aggression from Entropy. Why not? Give it a try. It didn't really work out though. But you gotta give it to him. It's a nice attempt. It's a switch of their, you know, momentum, their game style, whatever. So definitely something to work with. But ROC, you mentioned it. They're so good, they're so quick, they get all of these kills so fast, right? But Entropy, they sometimes have the answer, but last round they certainly did not. So right now we are back to a tight game, and you know what? It's been like 35 seconds and no one has died yet.
Yeah, it always seems like we get these like first engagements so quickly, right? So like you said, the fact that nobody's been dropped is kind of crazy, and now Pew finally getting himself a little bit of action here. He's had himself a little bit more of a rough game here for the second map, but he's had himself decent in the first, but now his teammates just trying to pick up some of the slack a little bit. And some good aggression right now from Vise. So he's actually going to go for a massive flank right now. This is important from Vise. If he can get the timing of this, this might be a huge kill round from him. And the fact that 40's already distracting well, this is perfect. Because now ROC, they're getting sandwiched. They have to be able to win these fights now. They have to start moving because they're just going to be able to lose it. And there it is. Perfectly done. Entropy with a huge flank.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Vice actually got picked up there, but it doesn't really matter. Because, of course, like you mentioned, it was a sandwich. No way to run away, and of course, another great run from ROC here, wrapping it up, but it was really close. All the way to the end here, of course, Entropy, they win this one, but still a very good attempt overall. And look at this, once again, we see some aggression from ROC really early on in this rounds. It's kind of amazing actually how they are able to push all the way through a long without being contested. Look at this, maybe this time around it's actually Totson pushing Pew here and Menacing for the trade. And look at this once again, Damp really stepping it up. You know, we had this conversation yesterday, but even the subs in one of these top teams, they're still insane. 40, what a jump shot. Never mind. 40, what are you doing? Stop. It's insane. He gets another one tap onto Horus here though.
Oh man, 40's just hitting these shots. It's just made things a lot more interesting, right? I mean, this is where it was a 4-on-2. And 40 is, was being just the doom bringer, and now, I mean, unfortunately for him, he's going to go down. And now Vice, he's been able to have himself a decent game, and now he has to put himself in a clutch scenario again, but not going to happen. So ROC, despite some of those crazy shots from 40, they are going to be able to keep themselves in winning ways. But man, oh man, you got to give it for Entropy. They're really starting to hit their shots. They're starting to do quite well in some situations. Like, that is just nasty. And then even right here too. Ooh man, Taparinos. Ooh-wee. Spicy.
Very spicy. I mean, that jump shot, clean, right? But once again, we get some sniper duels here, and the trade is good. Damp actually gets Vice here, and of course 40 gets Snake, so it's a pretty much even trade. And again, this aggression here, look, it's just so close. He's already almost past the jar side here. This going to be, yeah, Nair up there, and look at this, it's so fast, right? I mean, they're not wasting any time. All these sniper duels all over the map, it's actually kind of funny to see. Now 40 in a very difficult position, not really able to find anything. Now Beva left alone versus 4, a very, very tough one for him, but never impossible though. Maybe if he gets one, maybe gets a second, but nah, not this time around. Snare makes sure it's not going to happen, and what a round by ROC.
Yeah, it's just crazy to watch like some of these highlights of just like how well ROC are performing, right? Like I said, they're having these moments where they just dominate the round, or they have these rounds where it's just a bit of a grind. But rounds like that where they're just so swift and they're just fearless is just something to behold. But now with them being in a 5-4, it's going to be Snake able to find himself that big bite for a triple kill. And now we're starting to see ROC really packing a bit more on this firepower. Oh god, Snake, you need more ammo with the gun, brother. And there we go. Force is going to help him out. So regardless, it'll be a pretty good, convincing round from these guys.
Very convincing. I mean, he even ran out of bullets there at 40. Unfortunately, not really able to shoot back. Had to run away. Didn't really matter in the end. But yeah, ROC, all of a sudden, a much cleaner, attempt from them. A much cleaner execution, I would say. So they're doing a pretty good job on the GR side of things at the moment, I would say. And Entropy, all this aggression doesn't really pay out. As you can tell, Snare already picking up Pew in a very, very interesting spot. I mean, 1 and 11, you have to mention it. No hard feelings, of course, to Pew, but yeah, you would expect Pew to be, one of the better players because, this guy has a lot of experience. He played on a LAN a long time ago. I think it was the Gamescom LAN, and the team, I think it was called Serenity. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but he was also on a team with Vice, I believe. Yeah, I think they played together on that team. So yeah, again, I feel like I would expect him to be, one of the better players, but this is not the case. And again, now Beva picking up Horus, making things a little bit easier, maybe. We just have to wait and see what happens, though.
Yeah, and the HP is low, right? I mean, that's the other thing, too, is the fact that 40, Beva, and Madison are critically low. Totson, despite him being 6 HP, he's trying to actually still engage these fights, and thankfully for him, he's able to just kind of actually tuck a little bit more away on this so he can reposition. With just under a minute remaining, though, Entropy now need to figure out where they want to go for this, because now you can see ROC have kind of played the 2-2 setup. They've just abandoned mid, kind of the GR spawn, just going to turtle up in these sites. But Snare, oh my goodness, he has to be able to get these kills, and that's going to be a nice little bit of a blessing. Finding this double, the triple would have made it so much easier, but now Dampier just locked into the site, just needs to burn as much time, and he gets a nice swing, and this should be a done and dusted round, and indeed it will. ROC again, man, convincing.
Is he on the phone? Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, so definitely.
What a boss.
Yeah, this tap around the box there, really insane. Look at this snare, good for 2, really precise shots, and look at this through the box. Totson doesn't really matter at all. Picks him up, and ROC now in 7. They have 7 rounds. Horus with a lot of aggression. Pew, not ready. And so is Beva. He goes down. The bomb is dropped. I don't know. This looks very, very interesting. But Vice trying to solve problems. He picks up 2 by himself, trying to find a third potentially. He pushes all the way through the tunnel there, but he has to watch out. Doesn't really matter. 40 picks up Totson. Now, all of a sudden, this round looks very winnable for Entropy. What can they do? They need to pick up the bomb. They need to find the way, closer to each other, because you can tell Vice is already on the bomb spot B here. Left alone, 40 needs to find his way. Otherwise, I don't know, they could just push Vice and lose, the potential win here.
Oh, man, that shot, too. I mean, this is kind of the sniper, a little bit of a duel off here. Snare's getting really aggressive. Man, he's already actually been able to push on this little bit of side. Oh my goodness, how is he getting away with this? And he's still trying to contest it, and 40 finally gets him down. So now Snake, he's had himself a decent game so far in this series, but this is asking a lot. And you can see he's just stuck right now in GR spawn. He's like, look, I got to just play kind of in the middle of this. I have the quick rotate on it. He's hoping he might be able to find somebody or just get a noise cue of some kind. And right now with this lean a little bit, it looks like we're going to see Entropy actually commit to this B site. Now they're going to go through Hotel. Oh man, a Snake though. This is tough because he doesn't really have much utility to work with. He can't really stop these guys too much. He's expecting a little bit of mid-stairs. Now Snake. Oh, I don't know how he gets away with that. That's just a really bad timing from Entropy. They've allowed the 1v1 situation. Vi's taking critical damage now through the box. And this has allowed this round to just be very problematic here for Entropy, and a good thing for ROC Esports. And now ROC, all they got to do is just win this fight or just burn the time with 10 seconds remaining. C4 still dropped, and Snake once again, clutch after clutch, comes up big for ROC.
Yeah. Interesting round. Vice, you know, it was, even though someone was spraying the box there, he didn't really move away. He took a lot of damage there, so he also took the fight in the end. He wasn't really, you know, planning to plant the bomb at all. I mean, Snake in a very good position there, winning the round for his team. And you know what? We are getting closer to the end. And again, of course, Entropy being the underdog on paper, still, I would say, you know, the confidence from ROC it's really fascinating to me, because, you know, it's not like an easy way to win this map, right? So it's on Entropy's pick. You know, they had a really good start. Entropy, they really showed who's boss in these, you know, first few rounds, but now ROC really show who's, you know, more dominant here. And Entropy, they need to find a way to, you know, go around these fights, because right now I would say ROC is really hitting. Horus now missed his bomb shots, and now he needs to prevent this push from happening. But it's actually going to be Vice once again. Really good shot onto Horus. But there comes Snake trying to save the day. He gets one. Can he find the second? Manistry. Yes, he will go down. And now it's 40. Who else but 40 has the clutch potential here? Can he find Snake? Oh, the wallbang is pretty good, but it will not matter too much. And still, look at 40. The aggression is not backing up. He's still looking for anything he can find, but he's actually going to be Damp and Snare with 2 kills by themselves. And now it's Pew with a good shot onto Snare, but it is going to be ROC Esports.
Yeah, honestly, ROC are starting to play a lot better, especially on this GR side. Like, this is the one thing I was a little bit worried about, if I'm going to be honest, is like, you know, for Entropy, like when they were on the GR side, we saw the, you know, first half was still in favor for ROC with 5-4, but ever since they've been on the BL side, they've just been absent, right? They haven't been able to find a round at all in this situation. They made things really close, but it just ain't no cigar. So now ROC put themselves a map series point. They're starting to really feel it. Like, you can just see, look at Snare. Look at how aggressive he is. He's just trying to drop as many frags. He's sitting at 22-8 right now. Like, we have not seen those kind of numbers from Snare in a really long time. Like, he's definitely somebody that puts up, you know, stellar numbers and performances, but man, oh man, he has just been able to put himself in a whole other level in this game.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is Damp really, you know, stepping it up for his team. He's doing a really good job replacing Slayer right now, so definitely someone to, you know, look out for. Snare, good for 2. Wow, that kill from him, and there comes the trade. Menacing trying to save the day, but not this time around. They will take this win with great fashion, and you know what, Entropy, you gotta say, it was a well done attempt overall, but ROC on paper, and they proved it here as well, they are the better team for now at least. And for Entropy, it really means, you know, go back to the, you know, pen and drawing board and try your very best on finding some new strats though.
Yeah, that's honestly it. Like you said, I mean, I think this was a really tough task for them, despite there being a stand-in and things like that. I mean, you know, Entropy though, I love that we saw some really good glimpses from them. They had some really convincing rounds. They had some really, you know, close encounter rounds. So that it's not like it was a blowout, right? I mean, it was a 2-0. But, you know, they were able to make things a little bit more interesting on Compound, which I thought that was going to be a stompage. But even this map was still interesting. It just that BL side was a little bit lackluster, right? And that's where we're kind of still seeing this Entropy team is still trying to figure out what they need to do to make things work. But that's how they're going to get better, right? Is playing competition like ROC and playing the Gaimin Gladiators of the world, because that's how you're just going to elevate your game even that much more. But I think you made some really good points here, Pando, is the fact that like Damp also had himself a decent performance as well. Like, he just kind of came in last second. So you got to love that. But honestly, all around a pretty good performance from ROC, but I'm still happy to see what Entropy were able to do despite that losses.
Yeah, and on the side on Entropy, you kind of have to question yourself, what was wrong with Pew today? I mean, he had a good performance on the first map. It was an okay performance, let's put it like that. But the second map, I think it was like 1 and 12 at some point, not sure though, but it wasn't really the greatest performance overall. Again, I talked about it a little bit earlier. I would expect Pew to be one of the better players, but again, not so much today. So Gainer kind of missing. I hope he comes back eventually. But Entropy, they tried their very best. It didn't really work out yesterday. It didn't really work out today. But they have to figure it out eventually, right? So I hope they will, though.
Yeah, I hope so too. And that's the thing is like, I think the absence of some of the players definitely makes a big difference, but that's what made it also really interesting with this matchup too. So look, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We could talk about this forever, but we'll take this break. We'll go back to the desk and then we'll get ready for our second series of the day. So don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the desk. What a game.
Man, when you start the game with 15 kills and we're still on the round 5, it says a lot about the player.
It's even good numbers for him. Probably his team is surprised. That's very impressive from
He
Snare.
ended the game with 26 kills. For me, it's my first time to see 26 kills in a 10-game round, by the way. It's super insane for Snare, man. And I'm pretty sure the MVP is going to be him. The interview is going to be him. We'll go back to this. So 15 kills, yeah? And it's the same thing happening over and over again. One player gets, Horace gets one player, no trade, and Horace goes on. One after another, after another. So every round starts with a 5 from ROC and 2 from Entropy. A 3 from Entropy and 4 players from ROC Esports. What I want to say is every game starts with first blood from Stair, 2 kills from Horace, and then what can Manson and Viz do against 5 of ROC Esports players?
It puts them at a disadvantage, yeah. You can tell the first initial 5 to 6 rounds seemed a bit proportionate on both sides and equal. But once, and let's put in the factor, maybe it's dinner time in Egypt, and they started rushing when they started playing on the defensive. When ROC was on defensive, Horus and other, including Damp, nonetheless, he did very, very, very good. They started rushing them. Imagine, you're playing defensive, you're on attack, you're waiting, you're expecting people to hold sides, but no, Horus is rushing in,
he was
getting duos and triple kills,
eat.
man. Like,
Leave
wow,
me alone, man.
very,
but
very
if
impressive.
anything, if the start of the game wasn't like this, you did mention a good point, it's dinner time for the boys. So when it was when it was the early game, it was a bit early, so okay, we can play it as a back and forth game.
Then the hunger consumes you.
Then the hunger came in, I was like, okay, let's rush this game. And then boom, 10-4. It was 4-4, man. 4-4. That the boys just had enough. And here we go. Snare the MVP, man.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Impressive,
kills,
amazing set of skills on this young man. And God bless, when it comes to the no-scopes, watching it from stream compared to watching it from the desk
Man,
is something, really, it's a unique experience, I have to say. Very impressive KD all across. All his stats are phenomenal, to say the least.
The thing is with Snare, whenever he has the sniper, you don't expect him to make this certain kill. You don't expect him to kill one, switch to the cult, kill 2. Okay, maybe you can kill 1, maybe you can make some damage, but not 2, man. Snare is out of his mind, honestly. With the sniper, he's just insane. And what I love about him and Damp, that Damp adds impact that he covers the B side while Snare covers A side, and he can rotate to the mid. So if you don't find Damp on B, you can find Snare on A and mid. So they make a golden duo, in my opinion, Snare and Damp. And speaking about Damp, I think the guy has a bright future in front of him.
Definitely, 100%. And it feels like Snare is creating a new meta where he can be the first entry with a sniper, possibly at some moments. Nonetheless, I have to admit, Entropy did play pretty decent. They had some moments.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even compared to yesterday. But like you said, the struggle is real. When you start off a round and you lose 2 of your top players, or 3 as well, what fighting chance does that give you? Why does every round have to convert into a clutch situation?
Exactly, and when you can't trade your teammates, here's the disaster part, where you can't trade anyone. When Horus dies, automatically Snare will trade him.
Yeah.
But when Vez dies, there's no Manison, there is no other teammates from Team Entropy.
100%. Let's go to the interview with our MVP, Snare, which I'm more than happy to be a part of. Hi, Snare.
Hi.
Very impressive win, of course. I wish you the best of luck in the future of this tournament and the history of the company as well. I'd like to ask, at what point do you see yourselves not just in playoffs, but qualifying to anything else? Is that the goal of the Institute?
We see like ourselves we are trying to go to EWC and win, and CFS too, and win to the qualifiers and the Elite League, of course.
Yeah, so the West League is just a warm-up for you guys, no?
Yeah, we already won it before, and you know.
So you're going for the clean sheet, yeah?
Yeah, we're trying to get better to win in international tournaments, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think that they're undermining any of their opponents. I'm pretty sure they're putting in all the analysis. Do you put in a lot of work before each game when it comes to this? Like, even if it's someone who's 6th or 7th, do you still sit and analyze?
Yeah, our
Definitely,
coach never leaves us like even if we're playing against like you said fifth or seventh.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Every
Yeah,
game is a new game, yeah.
yeah, he will do his work and analyze and
hmm
all the
One
same.
last thing. What was your impression on Dam's performance today?
Yeah, he's insane, and I think he will get better and better.
I hope so. I hope so. That's it for today. Thank you so much,
Thank
Snare,
you,
for
Snare.
joining us. Best of luck in the future. Say hi to all the boys for me. I'll see you guys next time.
Man, why is he so calm? If I got 26 kill, I'll be jumping all around, man. But
True.
maybe it's something he does. It does it every day.
It comes with experience, of course, and understanding that it's not just a win. You
Yeah.
need multiple wins across the board and
Job's not finished for
consistency.
him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The thing is with Snare, though, every time I think, if I'm not mistaken, we interviewed him 3 times now. This is the third one. He's MVP every time. It's never get boring for all of us. Congratulations, boys.
Yes, and we were looking forward for game 2 of being a host and analyst, including our casters who wanted to observe and analyze the match between unKnights and 999, but still the technical issues persist with 999, so that's an automatic win for unKnights 2-0, which will help them maintain their position in the standing. Like it's a blessing, you know. It's a free win, I guess.
Yeah, but it's a sad day, of course, for 999. Hopefully they come back soon and stronger than ever. So I think that moves us forward to the last game, no?
I have been waiting for this since I saw the match listings. All right, GV versus GG, Gaimin Gladiators. Let's start. Gaimin Gladiators, former LCK contenders, and they won the 2024 season 2 as well. An amazing roster. However, there are a few things we're going to mention as the stream continues, but the roster for today is pretty intense with some substitutes, which I think from what we've learned in the previous matches, subs are definitely not a weak point for anyone in any team. They're all shining, like young. They're young as well. They're young blood. But at the same time, that doesn't mean they're not scrimming with them and playing games with them. What do you think about the
man, the substitutes are just in the next level, man. We've already seen Even, we've seen Trav, we've seen Damned now.
Yes.
I know the stereotype of substitutes, they are going to be a lower level than the original players, but no, not in CrossFire League, not at all. And they have a history.
Yeah.
I think they are just substitute because the team is so big, so they play 7 players. We can't be playing 7 players in one game, so.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the fill for GV is Nulls, and Nulls is basically the coach and the previous IGL for Lazarus.
You have 2 IGLs
now. They have 2 IGLs. The main one's going to be Loons, and Loons as well. Having 2 IGLs hopefully can help bring more insight into
that means
coming
Spoxy
rounds.
is not playing, correct?
Spoxy, yeah, and he was apparently the #1 MVP call out for this league as well.
See, the thing is, I know substitutes are insane, and that's what we learned throughout the days. But come on, let's be real. Spoxy, in my opinion, is the MVP of this series. When I say GG versus GV,
so?
yes, one key player, one valuable player, I'd say Spoxy. The guy's on another level with the sniper, almost close as Snare. Snare is a bit better, 26 kill, but the guy Spoxy is just everywhere, man, and he can get the first blood. Subbing him up is something that, I don't know, but you will need someone like Spoxy. So there's a big pressure on
and I think Nulls is definitely up for the pressure. The man has years under his belt. Let's talk a little bit about Creeds as well. Creeds is not going to be playing, and he's also getting subbed.
Sadly, man. You know, Creeds 80% with GG? I thought it's lower.
I mean, they're the contenders. They're possibly the second up after ROC, who are challenging them for the first place title, let's say, and it's still,
if I'm not mistaken, the only map that ROC Esports did lose, it was against GG.
Yeah.
Yes, Team GG.
GV was against GV.
GV, okay, it's fifth place though with 40% win rate. And here's my boy Awesome. Oh, I'm tired of saying Awesome's playing Awesome. The guy is next level, honestly. It saddens me that GV does not manage to get lots of wins with the presence of someone like Awesome, because he does perform every game and game.
A clutch master,
Yeah.
AK expert. Even if the meta's M4, nonetheless, he likes his AK.
his
and he's very
but-
experienced.
So
at it.
it's difficult for me to see Awesome losing, especially after doing such huge performance. And with Dez, we've already spoken about Dez. We've seen him multiple times clutching. I think with Crossfire, what matters the most is when you're put under the pressure of the 1v3 and the 1v2, and yet you can still perform. And this is what makes you have a higher KDA, such as Awesome, Loons, Greeds, Dez, Penguin, and names goes on. So I think one key point for Team GV is the pressure under the 1v1 and the 1v2, because we're going to see lots of this.
Yeah, and Dezin is also the entry for Team GG, and nonetheless, very impressive roster across the board with one sub, but I don't think like this sub thing can be pushed aside. They all seem very prepared, and I see some nail biting, just like I saw in the last game, and some rubber scratching, neck scratching, I mean. But nonetheless, I think it's going to be a very, very, very strong matchup with both balanced teams across both sides. But with the absence of Creeds and Spoxy, will either team be able to capitalize? Is it going to be a point of weakness or a point of strength? We'll have to wait and see. It's hard to decide, but I give it to GG, to be honest. That's my prediction.
I can't agree more, honestly. I wanted to go against you. I love underdog story for Team GV, but just seeing Ruffin reminds me of his clutch in 1v2 versus ROC Esports, and that's the map that they lost. It went overtime. Ruffin made a clutch against Horus and Snare in the 1v2. He don't clutch against Horus and Snare casually. It was a headshot, plant the C4, rotate around the bomb, and then kills Snare as well. So for me, I'm gonna keep an eye on the Ruffin. I'm gonna keep an eye on this also. Awesome from GV. If anything, man, get us to map 3, man. Get us to map 3.
Let's keep in mind, GV does have basically an old IGL in-game leader and a new one, or the present one, which is Loons and Nulls. We cannot emphasize enough how FaZe as well. Very aggressive player, extremely consistent with the snipers, very calm, precise, and he steps up when it's time. I consider him also a clutch master, if I could say the least.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a sniper player, you have to be everywhere. You don't have to stick to one side, especially when you're on an attack side. So being a defender side and playing sniper is a bit easy. You can just stay B, stay A, stay mid, and just catch them off guard. But when you're attack, you have to make some risks, jump the long A, short B, and try to get a first blood for your teammates, an entry kill to just get them into the site and plant the C4, and that's FaZe. He's just not scared at all. He's everywhere, he can't get his first blood, however and whenever the situation.
Yeah, and I think also at some point the picks and bans for the maps might play a very crucial role in this.
Especially in such a series, because GV and GG, despite the standings, their level is close individually at least. Kosheri, when we see someone like Loons, someone like Creed, and Awesome, you can automatically see them against Flex, Leonclo, and the other boys. Speaking about the map draft now, Black Widow is picked, and that's not something that we see every day. Yeah, Black Widow as the first map from GV.
Do you think the bans are, as how can I say, like targeting their strong points of each team, or is it just they favor to play both sides on Black Widow compound and Port is the decider? So I think, is their comfort gonna be in their picks, or they're trying to isolate the teams from getting to their comfort maps?
See, surely the ban from GG on Ankara is a very favorite map. The GV plays insane Ankara and they just want to target it. Same goes for GV, they banned Black Eagles, so it goes for both teams.
Based on previous performances as well, they're trying to avoid
exactly.
the dubs,
and that leaves us with the not so big map, not your common maps to start with, or even the decider map. I mean, man, forget about the maps. It does play a big role, surely, but it's all about the players themselves, the clutch masters, and the guys who can lurk, backstab, gets the first blood, and then helps their teammates to enter the other side.
Yeah, and I compared to the previous matches that we had on other days, I don't see that much fresh blood in both teams. But let's just say I also hope, and I know the casters will be highlighting and focusing as well on all the subs that happened. And I wish both teams the best of luck. May the better team win. Hopefully we get 3 games. Thank you so much. Let's take it to our casters.
Let's go.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, we're ready to go back into, I guess, the last series of the day now, moving into this one. And definitely a very interesting matchup, right? I mean, again, we talk a lot about the subs, and I appreciate the desk, you know, highlighting a lot of the players that I kind of put into this. And this adds a lot more questions, I think, in this one, just because you lose someone like Spoxy, right? I mean, that's a big loss. Like, this is a really high impact player that you know Gaimin Gladiators have essentially lost. So I'm not really sure how to feel about this, because I mean, everybody else on that team can definitely perform, but Pando, like, do you have any initial thoughts from your perspective just about what we've seen here with kind of the subs thrown into this one?
I have a lot of thoughts, actually. So when I look at this GV roster, I see some, Penta Esports things happening. I see some Lazarus things happening, or even old talent. So long time ago, a lot of old rosters coming together once again. It's looking pretty interesting to me, at least. But of course, on the other side, Spoxy is missing, which will be a big factor, to be fair, because Spoxy is such a good player, such a good teammate for Gaimin Gladiators. But of course, we have the sub jump in. I'm really excited to see him play. Maybe it's a good replacement for Spoxy. Of course, it's really tough to get into Spoxy's position, but maybe he's able to do it. And I'm just really excited to get going.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, the fact that we get to be on Black Widow is an absolute treat, just because we don't normally get to see a lot of teams playing this anymore. Like, I don't know if everybody got a little bit spooked going international and realizing that, the level can be so high on this map. I have no idea. But either way, I'm excited for it. It's good to see Black Widow back into the mix with everybody. But again, there's so much riding on this, because even Creeds, like you just mentioned as well, for GV side is, NLS is filling in, which, yeah, NLS is a great player, but he hasn't really been that active. So it's a big player to lose of Creeds, but we'll have to see. This is a lot of question marks for both these teams, and that substitute of NLS is going to go down quickly. But, I mean, the trade back at least here for GV is coming through. So back to the 4-4. And now again for GV to be on the GR side. This is a good note for them. This should be a nice little bit of a padding for them potentially on this map. But you can see Gaimin Gladiators, man, they have really just taken this a really slow approach. They really aren't being too over-adventurous right now. They're really just evaluating their options. I don't mind this, but we'll see. And Flex has already gone down early, so that's a big fall.
Yeah, my eyes were on NLS, but unfortunately he is already dead on the ground, so we see no more action from him. Let's see, we have Loons on the peak. He gets a lot of information though. Gaimin Gladiators, they are spotted, so they of course decide to go back, not to risk too much here, crossing back towards mid. And you know what, it's only the beginning of a very interesting game. To just name some facts here, Gaimin Gladiators are in the upper half of the standings, right? So they're currently at 4-1, while GV is struggling at 2-3. So on paper, we would say, Gaimin Gladiators is the better team, but we are here to find out if this is actually the case. Look at this shot down here. Lion Claw really picking up face, and of course Freaky Z here also picking up 2 over himself. Stop jumping in, trying to, do his very best. And you know what? First round goes to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I think for this map, actually getting picked by GV was really interesting, just because, I felt like, you still have Flex that's going to be able to have the Ominous in his hands. You're going to have some rifling abilities on it. So we'll have to see. But Gaimin Gladiators do a really good job. And now already, they're actually going to go for this long A control. They're definitely going to be able to grab this hut control. So this is good. So they gotten some real estate. A little bit more active than what we saw before. So GV going to be posted up on this. And again, what we always talk about with Gaimin Gladiators is a team that's notorious here for the double oms. Like, they've always been this way, but obviously with some substitutions, that's not going to be the case here. But yeah, like you said, Freaky Z, the fact that he's put himself in a triple kill in the opening round is definitely a nice little bit of a landmark here for the new edition here to just get himself cemented to make a statement.
Yeah, we have Flex with the arm in hand. Usually you see a lot of, the sniper setups coming from GG, but it's only going to be Flex today, I would say. Maybe potentially Design here and there, but Flex will be, opening most of the time, I would say. And look at this. NLS put to the test here. Gets a lot of information once again. Snox trying to prevent the worst. He gets at least one. And he stalls the push from GG, which is a start. And Raffen, not wasting any time, finds Awesome as well. Good setup here from GV, but it will not matter. As you can see, GG is already backing up, back to default. Let's reset things. And you know what? It looks really good so far. I really gotta say, Freaky Z is really stepping it up to the plate here. 3-1, really trying his very best to, adapt. And I would say so far, GG is looking very good. Now approaching FaZe. He has the angle. He's holding Cat. Is he going to check A-Long? Eventually he will. He misses the shot though. He gives the info to the rest of his team, but he will go down without a big fight though. 20 seconds on the ball, on the timer. The bomb will get planted. And now it is GV on the retake. Loons and NLS, two former Lazarus players, all talents players, name it. It is whatever. And they are very experienced. They have so much experience actually. And they should be able to clutch this one. But of course, you have to face all of these Gaimin Gladiators players, and Loons completely blinded. Now 10 seconds on the board. Not really able to find Raffen yet. He's not even fully peeking yet. So the timer will go down. Regardless, he gets naded off, and another round for GG.
Yeah, looking pretty good from Gaimin Gladiators. Honestly, despite the one thing I'm getting a little concerned of is like Flex is going down really quickly in these rounds. Like he seems to be the first player that's always taken out. That kind of normally can be the case with him, but he hasn't been able to find a duel in his favor. So it's been a little bit slower for him in terms of his firepower abilities, but we'll see if he can be able to pick things up a little bit. But Gaimin Gladiators have really set a decent pace on this. Again, a lot of their mid-round situations are a lot more controlled right now. They're doing a lot better job just taking things together. Whereas in the early portions of the season, we felt like there was a lot of gaps in their gameplay, which was really concerning. Maybe they were just really trying to reinvent a lot of their playbook. So things are starting to look a little bit different right now. But again, a strong performance coming in from Lion Claw. He's put himself in a 4-0. And right now, no AWMs available here for Gaimin Gladiators. So Flex has actually decided just to go for the AK instead. So that's a big difference here too, right? I mean, they're not going to look for that, little bit of a pick. Instead, they're just going to try to put the rifles and get a little bit up close and personal.
Yeah, definitely a big change to what we are used to. But there's Awesome picking up Lion Claw. Raffen returns the favor, and so far GG has the upper hand in this round as the pressure continues to fall onto GV. But it seems like they are once again stalling the push here, just holding the doors here, not really committing yet, just holding, chilling. FaZe in the window position. I think he's on the he has clear view on everyone with the flags jumping onto Awesome here, not even giving him a chance, and the bomb will go down without a fight. Again, it is going to be Loons and FaZe in the clutch. FaZe picks up Flex. Flex being a little bit too over-aggressive here. Not the end of the world. 3 more players remain on the side of GG here. Loons will now jump in. Design takes him out instantly, and so does Raffen, leaving FaZe not even a chance. And look at their faces. They're ready to go. They're not wasting any time though.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Honestly, I'm really impressed to see just, again, the pacing that we're finding from Gaimin Gladiators right now. Like a lot of these, like I said, the mid-round situations seem a lot more, proficient than we saw before. Even their post-plants are starting to look a little bit better. And even in this kind of a situation right now where Snox is able to find this double kill, I mean, still a good reply back from Gaimin Gladiators just to kind of slow things down, not losing control of their bodies, and they're able to put themselves back to a 3-3 despite of all that chaos. And now Flex trying to see what he's able to find with the AWM, looking for a connection against Loons. And now this one's a little bit more of a brawly round. We already see Awesome, he's pushed himself all the way into long A hot, so this is a good position for them on the GR side, abandoning the A site pretty much for free, but at least if this lurk of Design is going to happen, he might be able to get the timing of this and win this engagement. Really critical for him to win this fight. Oh man, he's going to even press forward on this. I was thinking he was going to fall back. He still wants to just look for info. He is not messing around, man. He is trying to make a play quickly. Might not expect this, and Freaky Z, and that's actually going to be the bomb carrier, so he's going to get taken out. Now he can pull on back. This now puts them in a way more an advantage situation.
Yeah, you know, this kind of play is very unexpected, but of course, it is unexpected, you know, so very well done by Awesome. Picks up at least one player to make things more easy for them, but you still have to find Flex and Zane. Flex right now 1-3. Zane the exact opposite. So I would say it's still a very winnable situation for GG. Now clearing the entire bomb site B here, it's clear. But the question is who is actually crossing that door without anything. It's kind of risky if you ask me, but it worked out well. Not the end of the world. Bomb gets planted. Zane does the exact same thing. This is what I mentioned, right? You don't really do that. Loons instantly picks him up. Now it's Flex left alone, 1 versus 3, and I'm pretty sure Loons will bait out the shot here, and Awesome with a great one-tap onto Flex. GV will win this round in fashion. They will defuse the bomb. There it is. First round for GV.
Yeah, and the one thing that's really cool about this GV lineup right now is the fact that you have MLS where he's like a pretty decent IGL, and then you also have Loons, right? So like you said, the two of them have played on Lazarus together and a lot of history. And even NLS now, equipping the so they're going to double equip it here, the double sticks, and he's able to find Flex. So once again, Flex has really just been kind of lost in the wind right now with a 1-5, just not able to find a lot of firepower impact yet in the server. But now this puts GV in a great advantage here with the double snipers, and now Gaimin Gladiators, I should say, is definitely now have a lot more work cut out for them because they have to be scared about this long A. But do they just plan to go for the B execute? That might just be the plan, just considering it's all AKs across the board.
Yeah, one thing I noticed about Flex, he's really having a hard time so far. Usually Flex is, some kind of hybrid player. I would say he can play pretty much anything. You're giving him, an AK, M4, whatever, you name it. He's usually, still fragging out. But right now, with the he's not really having a great time. Look at GV finally responding well, and Zane trying to reduce the damage here onto Snox. And GV now in this round with a lot of, they have the upper hand. It's only Zane and Freaky Z here. Well, make it only Zane in this round. 1 versus 4. Zane in a very difficult position. The bomb is dropped and spotted as well by GV. And 50 seconds on the board. I would give this a, 3 out of 10 chance for him to clutch this one. But this is a great start. Picks up Awesome with a nice one-tap. And now it's only 2 more players, and it doesn't even matter. NLS, of course, who else? The GOAT picks him up, secures the round for GV.
Yeah, I was a little nervous too for NLS, the fact that he actually went for the big swing like that. I was thinking, oh man, if he missed that shot, that could have allowed, Zane to put himself in another one-on-one engagement. But yeah, equips the AK, gets it done nicely. So GV have picked up a little bit of steam here. They got themselves 2 rounds, making this a closer encounter. So Gaimin Gladiators are getting a little bit more tested here, where I was thinking it was looking pretty good for them, but now things are starting to pick up slowly here for GV. Not bad at all, but seeing some good performances it kind of seems like from almost everybody, really. I kind of want to see a little bit more from FaZe. We saw I felt like some questionable positioning earlier on, in my opinion, but we'll see if he's going to be able to bounce back a little bit here with the Yom. But right now for Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, it's really interesting that Flex is normally, yeah, he is a really strong hybrid player, which is really fun to watch with him, but we really just haven't been able to see anything, right? He's been trying to just go for the AK, not working. He tries to go for the it's not working. So he's trying a few things, but now I'm curious what his game plan will be to just get himself back in the board to perform like the level we know he can, right? If he can play a little bit better, this scoreline could be even different.
Yeah, it seems like we have a little bit of a disconnection, but it seems like that everyone is getting ready to play again, as everyone is staring at the screen. So far, I would say it's a pretty even game. I like what I'm seeing, actually, because Creed's in vacation. He's just chilling. You have NLS jump into the mix. You know, he's having an, I would say, overall okay performance so far. It's more or less what you would expect from him. Flex missing another very crucial shot. Look at NLS, super aggressive. Still not dead though. There you go. Finally, Flex punish him for over-aggressing once again. Now it's Snox there to try to find anything, and it looks like Flex will have a little bit of a disconnection. Maybe still there.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's gone. Unfortunately for GG, Flex will have a little bit of a disconnection here. But of course, 4 more players remain. Still break even. The round is not over yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not. But I mean, at least for Flex, he was able to pick up something, right? He was able to find that opening duel, takes down NLS. So not bad at all. But now we're just gonna have to see if Gaimin Gladiators can utilize this opening for their favor. But it is a 4-4, so it is back to an equal playing field. And Snox right now is going to be the player locked in towards B, and he's just looking through the window, just trying to spot some intel, but he's got all 4 players right now from Gaimin Gladiators ready to go for the execute. So it's going to be Snox, going to be awesome, and there it is, awesome, equipped here with the Alm. He's able to find 2. He's just able to pick them apart like low-hanging fruit, and there's FaZe as well. The double Alms now being successful. Now Dezane needs to activate this AK, but he cannot get the damage done. And there we go, GV once again, respond back in kind.
Yep, GV is still standing, still fighting, and Flex is back. Welcome back. It is NLS to find the first frag onto Raffen though. NLS, of course, again, the top player here jumping in for creeps. And look at this Flex! Ready to go. He wasn't even gone yet. See that? He gets 2 all by himself. Can he get more? Or there's Freaky Z picking up Snox. Now all of these TP players are damaged. One grenade could be a very, very, dangerous for them. But luckily, GV has no more nades to throw, and it's only going to be losing FaZe in this clutch. As once again, Flex will leave the server, and now Loons. 1 versus 2, what can he do? He's very experienced, he has all the time in the world. The bomb hasn't even been planted yet, but Zen will now get it done. And do they know where he is? I mean, the positioning is quite good. Zane will have the angle there. Lion Claw quickly taps onto Loons, just like that.
Yeah, a little bit of a clutch factor from one of the vets of Lion Claw, like you said. So, and that's the thing too, is man, it's like Loons. I think it was the previous week, like he was just having himself a stellar performance, just putting up clutch after clutch and putting himself in some really good contention rounds. So definitely anybody, like you said, with a lot of experience like Loons, he's able to really pull up a lot of pocket clutches, which you love to see. But not the case in this previous round. But Flex having some tech issues, which is always kind of frustrating as a player when you're trying to get yourself involved. And also, like, his performance has kind of been a little bit shaky so far. So that's just adding a lot more against him, which you don't ever love to see. But I mean, honestly, we're pretty impressed with Gaimin Gladiators in the sense that they're responding decently well, and the riflers are kind of making the shots they need. I feel like I haven't really seen a lot of action from Raffen, unfortunately. It feels like it's been a little bit quiet from him, but that's the thing about Raffen, though. Like, man, when he can just get that spark going and when he can hit the shots, man, like, you just got to look out. The guy's going to bring a lot of heat.
Gaimin Gladiators, they have been very dominant. They have plus 23 round differential, whereas GV just barely positive with plus 9. Right now, I would say they look very good. Both of these teams, of course, but Flex needs to resolve some tech issues, it seems like. Yeah, they're still not playing, it seems, just staring at the screens, and you can tell Lion Claw, he doesn't like that, take all the momentum. He's one of these players that, I mean, no player likes tech issues, right? But I feel like with Lion Claw, when he loses that momentum, it really gets to him, right? So hopefully we can jump back into the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, hopefully so. And I mean, this map is so interesting too, because like we said, like, it's not really been played that often. I feel like I think it's only been like maybe 2 or 3 times, and the one I know I captured, it was like ROC and TBI, so I haven't even really seen like Gaimin Gladiators play on this map in quite a long time for myself. So it's been a hot minute, but it's also, like I said, exciting to see, and it's nice that you know, like we always talk about with the best of 3 format, like there's going to be a bit more variety with the map pools and the vetoes and things like that. So I think for GV, like you kind of made a really good comment at the very beginning of this, is the fact that they're kind of sitting in this 2-3 record. They're really on the cusp of like making top 4, but they had a really rough start, just again playing some of the best teams in the whole league. Now maybe they might be able to find themselves again. They're in a situation where they're playing one of the best teams in the league, but you know, later on they should have a couple of matches that could put them a little bit closer to that 4th place placement as well. I don't know, but I think if we, you know, see a little bit more out of Awesome, we see more out of Snox, like this could be huge. But like I said, the main player I always look out for is FaZe, right? Because everybody knows FaZe, everybody knows what he's able to do. We've had some really highs and we had some big lows as well, so haven't really been able to see that activation with the Om, but maybe we'll find out now, because they're going to double Om this one again with Awesome and also FaZe, where they're actually just going to keep Flux on the singular for this one. Yeah, not bad at all. And again, once we see from Freaky Z the fact that he's been able to find himself in these big rounds, right? I mean, this is... It sounds like, you know, again, like he's been able to find the triple kill in the first opening round, and now we see him again in the later portion of this. He's able to put up some stellar numbers, so he's doing a great job already. And once again, GV, unfortunately, a little bit overwhelmed here by the take here of Gaimin Gladiators. And I don't know about you, Pando, like, I just don't know if I love the green box position. Like, I don't know if I love that position from FaZe. Like, I understand what he's trying to go for, but I just feel like you have so many angles that you have to worry about. But either way, I mean, his teammates were able to try to reply back as much as they could, and now Gaimin Gladiators once more going to take this long game control. That's what they're going to go for, but this time GV have finally woken up, and Awesome able to find himself a triple kill to making things even closer to the combat situation. So GV are definitely not out of this game yet.
Definitely not. I mean, they're still fighting. You can really tell everyone is kind of, you know, ready to go. They really want to win this one. They want to bring this one home. They really want to prove that, you know, they are still the strong GV that we know from the past. But of course, Gaimin Gladiators, they have the exact same plan. And right now it seems like, you know, it's back and forth all the time. But overall, I would still slightly favor GG. Just on paper, of course, they have, you know, a pretty good season so far, but GV on their side, it's kind of, yeah, back and forth. Yeah, I don't know. But right now, I'm really surprised about their performance, though.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn. Like, again, like I think when we talked a lot about like just this matchup, especially, like it's hard to, like, I don't know who I would have favored more in this, right? I mean, I think it's easy to say, like, Gaimin Gladiators just based on, like you said, like their ranking and like how like overall their record is, but GV have been really showing us improvement after improvement here, and the fact that this, you know, half like ended with a 5-4 is really decent. A little bit of a tech issue still as we get underway back into it, hopefully not too long, but again, I've been happy to see that GV, despite them having, I think they were 0-3 at one point, and the fact they've been able to climb back into this game the way they have, or like in the series, sorry, for the league, it's a good thing to see, because I was getting a little bit worried that it might have been the snowball effect.
Well, what is there left to say right now? I mean, we have a little bit of a tech issue once again, and we're just waiting for these players to get ready up again, and let's take a look. I mean, GG is fighting to secure a top spot in the standings, but GV, of course, they want to slow them down. They want to grab some points themselves, and right now, I think, with these tech issues, everyone is kind of, I would say everyone is kind of nerfed right now, right? I mean, once you have a running game all the time, you still keep your momentum, you keep your strats up, you basically you just keep playing, right? But once the game breaks here and there, of course, you have to wait, you have to talk a bit, and I mean, obviously it can be good, you have some time to discuss things, but I don't think there's much to discuss right now. This game is super close, though.
Yeah, it is still really, really close. And let's not forget, I mean, when we talk about the veto of this match too, it's the fact that actually GD went for this pick, right? So they clearly wanted to use their experience on this in their benefit. So we'll see what they have in store for us. And now they're going to be on the BL side where, again, a team that's been rebuilding a little bit here with Loons is kind of calling the shots a little bit instead of 7. So there's a big question. It's a good utility. Going to get caught a bunch of Loons himself. And NLS is trying his darndest right now to find a little bit of an opening, but actually, they might just leave him to just kind of lurk things out. He might be able to find the timing of this. And you can already see GV now going to retreat from this, and now they're going to group up. They're going to go for a bit of a 4-1 split, so they're going to have all 4 commit to the long, keeping it just for NLS to be the surprise attack on short if he can. So this is a nice one, but again, the timing of NLS is critical. He has to be able to allow the slightest opening so that he can distract these defending players. Flash is going to get thrown to Zane, blind as a bat. Loon's able to start a nice entry. GB actually take a really nice take into this A site very swiftly, very easily, and already now Gaimin Gladiators, they're down to 2.
Yeah, the beautiful execution so far. It's Lion Claw trying to prevent the push from happening, but it is not going to happen as NLS finds 2 all by himself. And I mean, GV, they look really good right now. I mean, again, I get some, Penta / Lazarus vibes here, and I like what I'm seeing so far. Everyone is really stepping up. Everyone is having some, kills here and there, and Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, you have Spox and Reese missing in the mix here, but I don't really blame, Freaky Z here. I feel like he's really stepping it up as well. He's putting some numbers on the board, but of course, how good can someone be? I mean, you have to replace someone like Spoxy, and Spoxy, of course, one, if not the best Turkish player we have in this game. So huge shoutouts to him. Hopefully he comes back soon, and Gaimin Gladiators looking for an answer right now.
Yeah, I think we all talked about this a lot, that this game really could be up for grabs here for both these teams, obviously, but I think, GV definitely have themselves in a pretty good position right now to get themselves a huge win here. Raffin, though, able to start off nicely. Revenge a little bit of his teammates, so now GV have to make a decision if they want to commit to this still, and indeed they do. It looks like they do want to go for this fight, but Raffin now getting fed these one-on-ones, at least can find the secondary kill. Leaving it to FaZe and Awesome now. A 2-on-3. Low HP here for Lion Claw, but they got just a minute remaining. They have to make a decision if they want to commit to this or they want to go all the way back. You can already see Awesome's just, again, inspecting BL spawn, expecting somebody with a big flank. Oh, and they might even just abandon this idea of B. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all, because that A site is wide open. But they don't know that, obviously, but if they can get their timings right, they might be able to get the post plan, and then that allows them just a little bit of time here. But they got to get going here now, Pando. They got to do it quick.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't just any other match, right? This is a battle right now. I love what I'm seeing. And, GV, they have to make a move eventually. They need to get the bomb down. 30 seconds on the board. I mean, to be fair, it is pretty much uncontested. But of course, Gaimin Gladiators, they have the idea. They know what's going on. And they're grouping up on cat already. Look at this. Awesome and FaZe. Just like that. Zack. Freaky Z, now the last man standing under Cat. He will get, no, never mind, he flashed onto Catty. He positions himself quite well on the stairs, but Face will take him out. He doesn't even need an arm. He picks up the AK, figures it out. And I mean, what a round from GV, right? Good clutch. And GG, again, looking for an answer. Looks like, they're still having a good time overall, but it's a very, very close fight. I'm pretty sure they didn't expect that from GV. And look at this, NLS and Snox, and even NLS gets a second. Not wasting any time. And are they going to push on the side? They don't have to. They can play the clock, and this is what they will do.
Yeah, that's honestly a good call. Like the fact that they're able to just win all these engagements and they don't just keep committing to it. You love to see it. Now they're just kind of being patient. You can see Lineclaw was overextending a bit. He wanted to just get that information, and he gets taken out instantly. So now Raffin, a 1-on-5. So much to ask of him right now. And he's just posted up in this A site. So yeah, he might be able to find this duel here of Snox, but as soon as he gets this kill, I mean, this is the thing, is that GD's going to be able to have a free plant. There you go. Now you can just see them. They're just going to run with the knives out. They're just going to go, you know what? Let's get this C4 down quickly. Awesome's just kind of, again, just playing the little bit of a lurk, but he doesn't even have to. They're in such a strong position here for the post plant. But you can see GV kind of contesting a little bit of a poke here and there just to see. But now Raffin with 32 seconds on a clutch scenario. This is not going to be easy at all. He has to get the best timing in the world. He's got some utility in his pocket, but he has to be able to hit these shots, but Awesome will get the job done. A bullet to the brain, and GV continue on the reign of terror.
Oh, indeed they do, right? I mean, for GV, this is about survival, right? So falling to 2 and 4 could make their path to the playoffs much harder, and of course they don't want that at all. And again, we have a look at the Gaimin Gladiators players, and again, Lionclaw looking a little bit tired, but he's still performing, so not the end of the world. And seems like the Zane has left the room, probably to do something very important, but the question is, what is it? What are we waiting for? I don't know. But so far, Laz, I really like what I'm seeing. The match is super tight, and I feel like we are going to, see 3 maps today.
Yeah, honestly, this, I think the desk was talking about this as well. It's like, yeah, I really hope we get a 3-map series. And this game definitely seems like it really well could be that situation, just because there's so much up in the air that we don't know, right? And that's the thing, is like how much, like, it's funny how we talk about teams with like star players, and we've always talked about this with Gaimin Gladiators, is like, we know Spoxy's a phenomenal sniper, but that was the biggest question of like, how much is this going to really backstab a little bit against Gaimin Gladiators? Like, how much is this really going to affect them? And it's kind of looking like it is, right? It really seems like they're doing well in like some situations, but now they've really lost a lot of that gas. And now GV have done a really good job of just taking control of this game so far. Loons is calling a really good game, so this one definitely is spilling out a 3-mapper, just the way we're seeing this go. Because I'm not saying that GG is going to get 2-0 potentially here, but GV are definitely playing the better Black Widow as we speak.
Zane is back. Timeout is called, and we have some talking. Flex, what can he call? What is it that is missing right now? To be fair, the combination with Loons and NLS is really strong, right? Again, these players know each other for such a long time. They know exactly how they play, and seems like, Gaimin Gladiators are not ready for that. Of course, I have to mention again, Spoxy's missing, but of course you can't only rely on Spoxy. So the rest of the team needs to step it up, especially, I would say, Raffin, because Raffin is usually one of these players who there. This is pretty much what Raffin does all day, all night. So I want him to step up. I want him to put on a show. And for GV, just do the same. Just keep going. The flow is good. 2 rounds ahead. I don't think anyone would have expected that at all, but this is what we are looking at right now. So let's see where it goes.
Yeah, 7-5 is a big lead right now for GV. So we'll have to see what Gaimin Gladiators want to go for this. And Flex is now going to switch things up back for Leon in this one. GV going to be able to have this mid control. They're going to be able to get that short A control very momentarily. But it is interesting because you can see that it is going to be Dezane and Line Claw close together. Anti-flash and Line Claw. Unfortunately, can't seem to find any success, and it's going to be Snox that just eats them alive. So now, GV once again load the kill feed. They're able to go for a quick and easy execute, and even Awesome able to find the rotator of Raffin. And this round has just been, again, on a swivel, putting Flex on a 1-on-4 situation, needing to now take down these bodies. Doesn't even hear Awesome drop. And that's going to be an 8th round grabbed here from GV. These executes are looking really crisp.
Indeed, I mean, big smiles on their faces, much deserved, of course. They earned it. They're really stepping it up here. Flex, this time around, will get a shot onto FaZe, clearing him out. FaZe now out of the round here. Only 4 more players from GV, and you know what? It's really great. I mean, GV really stepping it up. I'm wondering what it is. What makes them so good right now? And maybe it's NLS in this. I couldn't tell you. Look at the Snox. No one even checks for him. He finally gets taken out, but finds Line Claw and some good HP from Dezane. And again, I have GV right now. I see so much potential for them to go, as a victory. As I feel like they could just win this first map and potentially the second one as well. But of course, this is so far away right now. But Black Widow right now is GV's pick, so of course you would expect him to be, the better team, or at least be prepared. And this is the case here. They are super ready to go. But Compound is the second map, and it is, of course, Gaimin Gladiators' pick. So what can we expect from that? Not quite sure yet. But right now, I love what I'm seeing from GV right now. I hope they keep it up.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really happy to see what GV are bringing to this as well. Like we said when we were talking about kind of the roster shuffles and stuff like that, I mean, it felt like GV were definitely the ones that are in a better position, but I can't take anything away from Freaky Z. He's been playing himself a decent game considering the situation, and man, GV over and over again, they just go on this short A control, win these fights easily, and now put themselves a 3-on-2. Now Rapid and Freaky Z have to be able to win these fights. Indeed, they will not, and now GV have put themselves on the map point, and this is their pick, so they only need 1 more to get this thing done. Like you said, would be going to Compound, which is going to be the pick for Gaimin Gladiators. But look at, again, like how quickly and easily GV get this control. Like, you see a lot of anti-flash positions, but GV are just taking things dry, man. They just don't even care at all. They don't even want utility at this point, and they want this thing done. They want this whole round done here. This is nuts, Pando.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They're ready to go. They want this thing to be over, and Flex has another idea. He's the opposite. Taking out loons is one thing, but there's 3 more to go. And Raffin, again, I mentioned it earlier, Raffin right now, pretty quiet. Untypical for him because, again, I feel like he's one of the better players, of course. And look at this face. What is this? This is a little bit awkward. Who's gonna win this fight? It's actually gonna be FaZe. Who else but him, right? So, Flex now left alone. 1 versus 3, and you can really tell. Look at his face. He's not happy with the situation. Already tagged up, spotted out, called out. Awesome. Gets the better of him. And you know what? It's actually gonna be GV taking this first map. What can we say?
Yeah, honestly, really, really impressive because, again, like it was I'm just trying to remember, it was a 5-4 half in favor for Gaimin Gladiators, right, when they were on the BL side. So really, it just felt like they couldn't find anything at all. Like, it really was just GV playing a really solid game. Really, like, again, not overcomplicated strategies, which I actually really appreciate. Like, it was just a lot of, like, get long A control, let's just double up on short, let's just take down these guys, and they just kept winning it, right? They found there was a weak link there, so they just abused it over and over, and I love it. But Gaimin Gladiators really just looked like they were decent in the beginning, a lot of competitiveness, but then it really just really cooled down. Like, it felt like they just hit the ice pack. There was just no way they were coming back into this game.
Yeah, and I wonder why that was the case, right? I mean, obviously it was very close. I feel like, maybe GG had the upper hand at first, but in the end, of course, GV, they turned this thing around, and in what a fashion, right? They really proved that they are absolutely, able to win against a team like GG. And again, they have won a map before, right? They won Port a while back, and now we are going to Compound. So I'm really excited to see what GV brings on that map. And guys, don't go anywhere. We will go to the desk. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Laz and Pando. First, I just wanted to highlight, even the team cams showed a lot of focus and attention coming in from GV, capitalizing on their map pick, while GG seemed a bit more frustrated with a couple of technical things. What do you break this down for me?
I mean, for Black Widow map picked obviously by GV, it started back and forth. Actually, it didn't start back and forth. It started only for GG side. GG was going 4 rounds. You know that GV got their first round after losing 4 rounds?
Yeah, it seemed in the momentum, and they had good tempo, GG, and just fell off. Just like last said, they hit an iceberg.
They played insanely well in the first half. I even typed that they're masters of rotations, man. They are everywhere. How they play their attack side is, okay, let's 3 go B side, and the C4 and other guy, which was let's go to A side. Make some noise in the B side, but don't enter the side. Get your first blood, rotate throughout the mid, then re-rotate to the B side. So you get confused. It's mind trick after mind trick after mind trick for GV. They confuse GG members. So GG did have a good first half as attackers, but once the side switch happened, man, not a single round for Team GG. Not a single one.
Do you think the element of NLS and Loons being together in the same roster, both being previous and present IGLs, did that play an element in help guiding Awesome and the rest of the team in securing this victory?
100%, man. You have 2 IGLs. You don't have to take a tactical timeout. You're just there. You have 2 point of views, 2 perspectives that you can play on. And on the other half, on the other side, other perspective, you have Freaky, who honestly, maybe it's the first map, but he didn't make up for Spoxy absence. I don't know if you agree with me.
These are
but
big shoes to fill. As the cast said, he's considered the #1 Turkish player in the world.
Because they don't have a sniper, though. They played a full attack on side, the full attack side without a sniper, man. That's a disaster thing to do, to be honest. And for GV, you can... It reaches a point where you can all push one side and still overtake this side. And for me, this is the breaking point where, okay, that's it for Team GG. If you can't get the trades, if the other team can enter the side and get the A side, the B side without even losing one member, that's a disaster thing to happen. And lots of flawless rounds from Team GV.
Yeah, the summary speaks for itself. On the side of GB, 1+ ratio KDA across the board, and I feel there were some players in GG that did not struggle as much and tried their best. You could see it in between rounds. But just like most matches, even the previous one that we had, you cannot go and start a 5v5 when you lose 2-3 people at the doors initially. The snipers have capitalized so much on the other team's aggression.
Exactly. Speaking about the snipers, you can see the NLS ad, by the way. The defense side for Team GV, they played 2 snipers, but 3 snipers. We saw 3 snipers, and you did tell me there's 3 snipers with a GV.
Yeah, that makes it hard to push with AKs. Yeah,
exactly. How can you lose a half when you're playing 3 snipers on a wide map such as Black Widow? If you come from A side, you would find FaZe with a sniper. FaZe known for his snipes. NLS, the coach, known for his snipes. It's not the same. So the defense side for Team GV was a bit easier for them. Hence the vice versa for Team GG. It was super hard for them. You don't have a sniper with you since Fox is not playing. You can't get the trades since if someone dies, there's another sniper who will catch you off guard. What I want to say is, Black Widow, yes, chosen by GV, but I'm not entirely sure that this is the sole reason that's why they lost the map. I think it's beyond pick or pan.
Yeah, I think being this far into the season, I think GV is definitely stepping up, and they're here not just to take 4th or 3rd. They're trying to contest, and they know if they keep this train going in this direction, especially if they end up beating GG, this would bring them huge momentum, and it's going to be hard to stop it. But nonetheless, game 1 goes to GV. However, we're going to be looking at game 2 shortly. And what are your expectations from game 2?
My expectations is I don't want GG to be dependent on one player who is Spoxy.
Yeah.
If he's absent, man.
They're all pro players, nonetheless. Yeah.
That happened with TBI. That happened with most of the players this week. So if the guy is absent, you can still get the win. Yes, you don't have a sniper, but you can adapt. So overall, my expectations, I think we're going map 3. Compound is a default map for GG.
I hope so.
Yeah, I really, really hope so, because I want to see the GV versus GG get unleashed and see them on that decider map. But for Compound, it's such a default map. You can't say it's for GV and GG.
It's balanced, right? It's not leaning towards a specific team or their opponent. Yeah,
exactly. It's your first pick to warm things up. It's chosen by Team GG. I still see GV performing. I want to say I want to see more of Freakies. To be honest, not entirely filling Spoxy's place,
but doing his own thing, right? Making his own plays, lurking mind games, and so on.
You can tell when a player is just performing.
Yeah, 100%.
You can tell. You can see and notice him going left, right, and center, being in the middle. And I want to see a sniper from GG side, man. How can you play a game without sniper? Attack or defense?
It's possible, but it does make it a challenge in certain cases.
But when the other team is playing 2 snipers on the defense side,
then you're losing a couple members before you get on site. That's for sure. And I'm hoping for best of 3. Hopefully, I think GG can reset their mental. They're all professional players, very experienced. They're the contenders. Multiple teams, all of them with very, very, very good accomplishments, to say the least. And one game isn't going to change that. Based on even previous matches that we saw across the league, sometimes even with Anubis, they lost first round and secured the second 2 with ease. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. And I'm sure what the casters said as well, they pointed out that the momentum was very strong at the beginning, as Pando said, as Last said, but suddenly it got shifted pretty hard.
Maybe it's the technical issues, man. Maybe it's the technical issues.
It's the pauses. I mean, I play games, you play games. Having to pause when you're already thinking ahead of what you're going to be doing in the next few rounds and so on, and getting a feel of the players against you or your opponents. It's mind games. You start reading the other players. You start getting picks early on, assuming that person's going to peek the same angle or the same place, which makes it interesting, you know. And I think hopefully the technical issues will be resolved and they're not going to progress into the second match and possibly making it a bit more fair and consistent.
We did see Flex getting disconnection throughout the game, round 5, round 6, but at the start of the game when all of them were just
it was fine,
getting 3 rounds. GV didn't start playing the game till the 4th round, so we didn't notice any technical issues, but we just noticed pure performance from team GV. Now, one thing that we need to notice is, we don't have Spoxy, but we do have Freaky, who performed in the first 3 rounds.
And he has a good standing, historically speaking. He's not... he can do better. And I believe he can, to be honest, because his team needs him right now. And this is crucial for them.
I'm sure we're going map 3. Like, the end of the game, the late game, everything was steady. No disconnections happened, no technical issues. So why not go map 3? Why not do the same thing as we did at the first game, the early game for Team GV? I know some delays might happen, some technical issues might happen, but if you can get the first 4 rounds, then surely you can take us to map 3.
And I actually wanted to mention this because the other day Pando explained to me something about tactical timeouts and how unlike other games you somehow like leave the lobby and re-enter it. Maybe that could be the case, who knows. Nonetheless, we're not gonna blame it on anything and say because a couple of disconnects.
For sure.
Winner is GV round 1. Let's see how round 2 is gonna be. What are your predictions? Best of 3?
Yes, best of 3. We're going the full best of 3. Honestly, after seeing GG the first 4 rounds, after seeing how GV plays, how they zone out Team GG, how they can't overtake any side, how it is going for both teams, because it's a back and forth game. It's not one-sided at all.
And I'm sure that's what the audience wants, right? That's what I want personally.
One thing also that you need to see is the difference and the contrast between the defense side between both teams. While GV goes for the 3 snipers or the 2 snipers between Snox and NLS, Team GG do play 0 snipers, but they are everywhere on the map, on the attack side at least.
Yeah.
Everywhere you can find 2 on B. And the way they plant the C4, by the way, they play on the last 20 seconds. So you find someone's lurking from mid, 2 on B, and 1 on A, and 1 just chilling at the spawn. Don't know why.
So what you're trying to say is they're playing a bit more patient as well,
Patient, and they're playing on the
abusing
mind
the
games.
snipers and making sure that they don't want to lose anyone, and possibly trying to get a pick or two until
Yes.
the last couple of seconds,
Exactly.
where things are more uneven towards the opponent.
And the good thing about this strategy, you will never know and you will never expect which side are they going to. Are they going A because there is Nox there?
Yeah.
Wait, they are coming B because there is FaZe there. And the comms are just tricky.
Yeah, and it feels like you give a call out, right? So one of the players is like, yo, I think they're going B, and then all of a sudden they
find
rush
someone in
through.
mid.
Exactly, lurking or peeking or
and
something.
you find the C4 getting planted on the side that has no one on it.
Yeah, a
That's
free
the thing.
site, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about Team GV, and that's something that you have to appreciate about them. But keep in mind, again, Black Widow was picked for GV, and GG did perform on it. Now, with Compound, though, they have a good history on it. Speak about GG. They did win 2 games on Compound before. It's their favorite pick. So, against all those, I'm not hesitant that we would see a map 3.
Yeah, because at this point, GG is not just going to give it up, right? Because of a technical issue or a bit of frustration because of all the pauses, let's say. It's not that big of a deal, right? They've probably witnessed that before. I think it's going to a best of 3 as well. And I would think, with all due respect, I do appreciate how GV is playing and how they're stepping up their game even after every match within every day. But I think GG is going to push forward, and I hope Freaky can prove himself in a way,
same.
or recover.
One thing to notice and to mention also is NLS, man.
Yep.
This guy, in my opinion, his impact mentally and in-game did add up. I think he's the reason why they played 3 snipers, because we never see Team GV plays like this. I think he's the reason why they get most of the rounds. The rotations, I noted already that they are masters of rotations. They are everywhere. Even if the side B has 1 player and A has 3 players, they will still go A, back to the mid, then go B. They just won't go directly to B side. I think that adds up for Team GV.
Yeah, they're
in such a
utilizing
good way.
all their experience of 2 IGLs in a sense.
Every
and they
corner
give
in
enough,
Black Widow, man.
and they give enough information. Let's just say, even if it does go 1-1, I think GV, I feel it in the room. When the camera goes to them, I do sense it. These people are serious. They're not like what we saw in previous matches.
Yeah.
Even it's not that they're not smiling, but they're definitely locked in, ready to secure this win and secure their standing and climbing the ladder.
I mean, look at the difference in the standings, man, and the win rate too. As I told you in the start of the stream, there's 2 levels to this game. The 5th place to the 8th and the 5th place to the 1st place. It's weird and scary because some of these teams won't make it to playoffs. And it's so scary for Team GV. Their position in the standings is just terrible at this point. And for the Team GG, no, they're on the top 3. So they are good with it. They are decent. They are chilling with their position. But still, they need to get this win. You're still playing against unKnights and ROC Esports, and Anubis can take your place at any time. Even TBI are starting to lurk a bit.
Yeah, I think TBI does have some potential in this standing. But let's just say there's a mix between all the teams that are here. Some people have had complete roster changes. Some people have barely even had subs, to say the least. And all these elements and makes the fundamentals of playing Crossfire in a competitive level much more difficult at that point. And having to adapt to all these changes, or having to have a sudden shift, just like we saw, for example, with ROC and their sub. You know, and he came and he stood out as well.
Yeah, I think this split says a lot about the new rosters coming from TPI, new players here and there, the changes from GV, changes with GG, Gaimin Gladiators. So there are changes, and I think with the split 2 starting, we would have a steadier rosters, more fixed roster without changes. I'm just, if anything, I'm sad about TBI. Not sad, but I thought TBI would perform more because I don't want to see Penguin and Hunt.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype behind the TBI as well, with a solid roster.
Yeah, now it's a new, fresh rosters, and all of the players are good. Don't get me wrong, all the players are just insanely good. But compared to ROC Esports, who have been playing together since ages, man, and TBI, it's about chemistry, synchronization.
I have a bit of a curious question about your analytical skills. Who do you think will secure the top 4 before playoffs?
Top 4? With the ranking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's going to move on to playoffs?
First place, ROC Esports.
First place, ROC. Let me write this down because I want to compare it later. I'm curious.
First place, ROC Esports.
Okay.
Second place, I'm going to give it to UNK.
UNK, okay. That works.
UNK after their last game yesterday, was just stomp back to back. You can't just.
And I think even if they played 999 today, at the tempo and level of cohesiveness that they've had, would have probably been a 2-0 or a 2-1 at least.
Exactly. Maybe I would have given it to Team GG, the second place.
Yeah.
But after seeing them against Entropy yesterday, I can't remove UNK from the second place.
Yeah,
now,
definitely.
Comes to the tricky place here, the third and the fourth. There's TPI and there's Anubis and there's GG.
That's a tough one. That's what I'm blasted with. I don't know what to pick.
I know that your question was directed to these 2 places.
Of course,
third and the fourth. Third place, drum roll, I'm going to give it to GG.
GG, yeah.
And Anubis comes in the 4th place.
That makes sense, right? Because not just looking at numbers, these are all organizations who have been in the game for quite some time now, you know, and their rosters may have been shuffled around a little bit, but sometimes in the lower 4, too much change is
Hey
never
man,
good.
I know you're the host, but you don't get to ask me all the questions. What's your opinion, man? Give me the top 4. Is this the same?
It might be the same, but after the game 1 of the second match here, I think GV does have a chance to push someone down at this point. Keep in mind, Anubis has played 7 games. Everyone else has almost played 5 or more.
So you think Anubis can go to the 5th place?
Not necessarily Anubis, but someone might get pushed down if GV continues to perform at this rate.
Man? I want to give me names, bro. I give you names. We agree on the first place.
We're at it here. It's going to be either GG or GV. Let's say if GG loses this, God forbid, and then the next one something happens, GV is definitely going to get pushed up.
That's true. That is true. It's a bit complicated when we speak about the top 4 positions, and this is something that I love about the standings and the league format, that is super unexpected, regardless than ROC Esports, which is super expected to be in the top place. And you ask the Snare, what's your goal? My goal is to qualify to the EWC.
He's not even just focused on the West League. He's just like, I'm going all in. Me and my team, we're full invested. We're sending it to the finish line. All right, enough talking, and let's go back to the match while I'm still excited as much as you guys are. I'll take it away to the casters. Thank you so much. Good luck.
A lot of good insight that was brought into this one, and there's definitely a lot of conversation about top 4, and I think it's as we're getting closer and closer to the end point of the season, it's going to be really interesting because there's just so much up for grabs. That's where we talk a lot about, like, these series really do mean a lot. So for teams like, Gaimin Gladiators losing this first map, it kind of starts making you have the question of, okay, like, is this a 3-map series, or is this a map, a best of 3 that they might actually lose now in a 2-0 fashion, which puts GV in a really nice position to get top 4. There's a lot riding on this, right? And I talked about, in the previous series for ROC to be nervous. It's Gaimin Gladiators that have to be nervous because they're the ones that are expected to be a top 2, top 3 team minimum. And right now, they're on a brink of losing this whole best of 3.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you bring that up because Gaimin Gladiators, they have only lost once to ROC. So obviously they have, lost the map to GV before Port, right? But overall, ROC GG in a very difficult position now because, they are one map behind, and it is going to be Compound, which is obviously their pick, but still GV has great momentum, I would say. They won the first map with Fashion, Black Widow obviously being GV's pick. Still, I would say a little bit of an underperformance from GG. Obviously, again, Spoxy missing, Freaky Z, they're still performing though, but it's not the same. So what can GG do to, prevent this one to, run away from him? They really need these points. They want to be one of these top teams. But if GV somehow manages to win this one, I feel like GV is on a good road though.
Yeah, they honestly are. And I mean, I think it's, for anybody that's just kind of joining us now, I mean, there was a lot of questions about the substitutions and things like that. And I definitely felt like GV definitely won the battle in the sense of this, just because, NLS is somebody that has played with players like Loons and stuff like that in the previous iterations and stuff like that. So it's not like it's a total shock factor, and definitely an experienced, IGL and everything like that. Whereas kind of like for Gaimin Gladiators, you have really put yourself in a different position. Like I think Freaky Z has done a good job, but it really does kind of change up the composition of this team, right? And like Gaimin Gladiators are known to just being like a very unorthodox team and really, really loose. But even we kind of saw after the first couple rounds when it was looking pretty decent for them, it just felt like everything was like really out of their control. Like it just felt like they were just, kind of going in the deep end of the pool, and they just really couldn't figure out how to swim anymore. So that's just kind of what I was thinking. But GV have really, really impressed me, because it looks like they're actually coming in with really good performances. Their executions and their decision making just seems to be a step ahead. So for a map like Compound, this will be interesting, just because, I mean, it's not like a Alm central map. It's a very good one for the Alm, of course, but we'll find out if that's going to be the case, and we'll see if, Gaimin Gladiators can bring themselves back in fighting form. Otherwise, it might be an early day at the office. But finally, Flex is actually able to find himself the opening double kills, where he was very, very quiet in the first map, and now looks like a little bit of life from him.
Yeah, and a very interesting first approach from GV here, starting off super aggressive, not really working out in their favor, as Flex, like you mentioned, gets two all by himself, and now it's only Loons and NLS left alone. They have clutched before, but the 2 vs 4 is, not something you want to find yourself in. So, wanna be quick and tough, and NLS is the first one to go down. Lion Claw picks him up. Both of them. And you know what? First round for GG, obviously, this is what they're looking forward to. They want these wins. They want it clean. And you know what? GG, they tried it with an, aggressive first round. Didn't really work out at all. GG take the first round.
Not bad at all, honestly, from Gaimin Gladiators. A nice way for them to just pick up some, a round in their favor, get the opening round to make things move a little bit better. I don't think I was actually just trying to look, and I don't remember actually covering any Gaimin Gladiators on this map so far this season. I don't know if you have, Pando, but I know for me, I haven't really been able to see them play on this, I think, as well as GV. So this is actually a bit of a surprise factor for me.
Yeah, definitely a surprise factor, like you mentioned. I'm not quite sure if I have, casted a game from them on Compound yet, but regardless, I expect nothing but the best from them. Especially with, a game like we had last set. So they really need to step it up, and I think they are ready to go. But this time around, you can tell they are really slow. Usually, GG is one of these teams that like to go full send aggressive, either side doesn't really matter. But right now, they don't really do that. They want to chill. They want GV to do mistakes, and this was the case last round. But you have to wonder what's at stake, right? And if GG wins, they solidify themselves as top contender for the championship, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. GV, they need to, have an answer, and we will see if that's the case. As Raffin, I think it was Raffin, picks up Loons here. Good start. 50 seconds on the rounds. NLS holding the lower position there behind the tower. Was he actually gonna fight the bomb carrier though? The bomb carrier is still mid, still dancing, but he decides to join the squad. As now Snux needs to be tested here. Can he hold down this push? It is not the case. Lionclaw picks him up, but you can tell they're not instantly pushing. It's only going to be Lionclaw. The rest of the squad already securing bomb side A though.
Yeah, they got themselves in the sight, but now, I mean, again, GV are really, really close onto this, but a little bit back and forth, but awesome. Able to bring things back to the equalizer now. So now FaZe has to clear this right-hand angle. And oh man, a little bit of a surprise attack. And there we go. Gaimin Gladiators once again putting themselves on a good kickstart. Able to find the second round in their favor. So things are looking a lot better. We're starting to see them like going for fights. They're starting to win these fights a little bit more confidently. And things are starting to feel a little bit better here for the Gaimin Gladiators fans. But still early on. I was wondering what we were going to see from them on the BL side of a map like this, but GV are now going to go for the double here, so Awesome is going to equip it up here with FaZe. Flex will also keep it in his hands, and look at how fast he's able to get through mid. This is the thing about Flex, man. He gets a lot of information pretty quickly. NLS, though, he's going to be just on the other side of this. He's a little late to the party, so now Flex actually can put a lot of his attention here where NLS is sitting, because he knows that right-hand side has been free. NLS now pulling a really tight angle. This smoke is going to make it worse for wear for him, though. Just missing the shot, so a reposition once more here, Pando and GV. Now they're a little bit more of a bind.
Yeah, I mean, NLS lacks shot, so he's low on HP, but that's awesome. Good for 2. Can he find the third? He gets the third, though. Can he find the fourth? He's still fighting. Fights the fourth. Can he fight the quad? He fights the ace, though. The ace for Awesome. Hey, insane player, I swear, this is insane. So, what does it say? They're ready to go. I mean, obviously, when you compare to last match, you know, it started similar, you know, GG with the upper hand. I think it was like 4-0, but this time around, he has an answer. They're not wasting any time. Look at this aggression. They're not being stopped, but there's Flex finally stepping it up for his team, 5-1. And you know what? This looks like a super interesting game coming our way. Look at Awesome. The aggression is insane. You would never ever expect anything like it.
Yeah, the guy's getting an ace, and now he's just looking for more duels just to really get them back into this game. And you love to see it, man. That's the thing. Like, the desk was talking a lot about Awesome, and you know, the fact that he can bring so much to the table and what kind of a player he is. And honestly, the fact that we get to see with the he's just taking heads and taking names now. FaZe unfortunately can't seem to escape with his life. At least he takes down Lion Claw. So now Gaimin Gladiators just trying to wield the swords and get themselves in this B site. The plant should come in shortly, but now you have Loons and Awesome. They're going to slip on through. Awesome! I don't know how he gets that timing. Freaky Z was not ready for him at all. The Gaimin Gladiators, they respond back pretty swiftly on this one, at least, to take that threat away.
Yeah. GG with a very quick response, not giving GV any time to, you know, calm down, but it was pretty good. I mean, Awesome 8-3 right now, really stepping it up for GV. He's really ready to go. He likes compound, it seems like, and so is Flex, with a much better performance overall, again, compared to last map. He was having some issues with the arm, but not on compound though. On compound, he seems ready to go, and overall, GG looks a lot better. Right now, you can already tell they're grouping in front of mid with some nade stacks, but eventually the rotation comes through. No Gaimin Gladiators, they have been in a great form, but every team has a weakness, right? And I felt like GV has found the weakness on the first map, but right now, I don't see that happening though.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's a lot more of a different situation, right? And it's more just the fact that, you know, Awesome has been able to have a highlight reel that's put them in the board, right? Otherwise, I think this could have been a 4-0. So GV need to, again, reinvent a little bit of their ideas on what they want to do for this. Because Gaimin Gladiators definitely look like they have a bit of a game plan they want to work with. They get that opening duel here at the B site, and now they've actually just abandoned that idea. So regrouping back into mid now, NLS, oh man, again, he is able to find one at least, but again, that's a tough position to be in. He doesn't have the trades in his advantage at all. Like, nobody's able to find that extra duel. So Gaimin Gladiators, once again, have put themselves in a way better position here. Now, instead of going through mid, now they're going to do the 4-1 split, or the 3-1 split, I should say. Leaving Flex kind of just lurking. He might just look for the timing of Loons and these rotators. A lot rides on Awesome again. He's the one that's anchoring the site. He's been able to do it before. Can he do it again? And already now, he finds that first, and he's looking for more, but finally gets put away. And now this is a tough, little bit of a retake scenario right now. You can see from GV, they're down in the numbers, and Pando, they got to find something quick.
Yeah, it's going to be FaZe and Loons. FaZe not wasting any time, jumps in, gets Ricky Z, but Flex is there to train him out now. Loons left alone, 1 versus 2. Dzane and Flex left for the clutch here. Can they hold off Loons? Time is ticking. 17 seconds on the board. Loons trying his very best. He finds Flex though. 10 seconds remain. Dzane. And he clutched this one for his team. Loons, it's so close. The corner fight is a little bit awkward, but he gets it done for his team. Gaimin Gladiators. They continue to be very dominant, but still GV keep it very, very close though.
Ooh, man. It's getting close for comfort, I'm going to tell you that, but either way, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators 4-1 is a really, really good scoreline here, especially on the BL side. So things are looking a lot better, and looks like they've done their homework on this map. I mean, they definitely played it, you know, last year and things like that, but I feel like this year it's been a lot more absent for them. So things are looking like it's working out nicely for them. GV having a bit more of a difficult time on this. I mean, you got to think about it, like, the fact that Awesome's almost pushed 10 kills and everybody else, the next highest is NLS with 4. Like, it's a massive gap right now, right? I mean, Snox is an 0-4, Loons is a 1-4. Like, it's just, it's a quiet day at the office for some of the players at GB, really.
Yeah, might be the map, might be something else, not sure what it is, but once again, NLS gets leg shot though. I mean, yeah, but not quite enough to kill him though. He's still standing. Still rocking it, so we are 4-1. Again, very similar to the very first map we've seen. Look at Loons. He's being tested. He gets 2. Can you find the 3rd? Flex holding the angle though. Loons not over-aggressing at all. Decides to go back, but Flex holds that angle like I mentioned, and he gets it done. Finds Loons, and he makes things more even. And again, it gets very quiet. A lot of early fights, but we have around 1 minute to go as GG groups up in front of mid. There's a smoke. They're just slowly but surely pass it. Now it's FaZe. And I think it's NLS as well. NLS is the first one to fall. What can FaZe do? He gets 1, he gets 2. Can he find the 3rd? Flex once again put to the test. But it is going to be FaZe. Of course, the GOAT gets it done.
You've now said 2 players on this team are goats. How many? Is it all just a team of goats? I gotta know.
Maybe.
Okay, that's fair. Well, you know what? It is. You know, it is true. They've been around. They're experienced. I get it. Look, and that's a really nice highlight from FaZe. Like I said, I was really critical about him on map 1. I said, look, I wasn't really overly impressed with his performance personally, but now it's starting to look a lot better. A round like that is really just put them in a 2-round deficit, which is great. Reverses the 3. We'll have to see a little bit more out of him there. And now Gaimin Gladiators, this is what we saw a little bit initially, right? On the first map, this is when it was really competitive the first, 5, 6-ish rounds, and this is where GV were really able to bring things back into their favor. Like, it just felt like they were able to, despite being hit on the boards over and over again, they were able to resurrect themselves a little bit better, and that's what we maybe could see in this situation. And now Gaimin Gladiators taking a little bit more of a slow approach on this, a smoke through a door. And NLS deciding if he wants to commit to this. It looks like indeed he does. And oh my goodness. He might find the timing, and there he goes. Peekaboo. And now he can just pull back on this. That's a big kill. That's a really nice impact right now for GV. Yeah.
And you know why some of these players are GOATs? It's very funny actually. When they started playing, they still had hair. So, anyway, the push comes through. Dzane tries to prevent it, but Snox will go down first. Now, it is Awesome holding a very tight angle, very difficult one to hit, but doesn't even matter as Dzane and Refn already backed up all the way through BC towards mid, and GV right now. They could stack either side with 4, but they decide to split. Not to over-aggress at all. 30 seconds on the board. Loons maybe gets a little bit of info. He finds Refn, puts some bullets into him. It's good info. So they know where they are. FaZe takes him out. Now Dzane left alone at Loons. Just like that. Easy. But what can we say? Okay, so GG right now. It starts to be very, very similar to what we've seen last game, right? So GG starts very dominant, right? Like 4-1, 4-0, whatever. Right now, GV comes back. So we see the same movie again.
Yeah, kind of the same little bit of a track played all over again, right? And that's exactly it. It's, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, like, you know, with a good swing, but it's just they're not really able to get the game done. So Flex takes a lot of damage, but Raffin able to start things off nicely. Now Awesome, once again, he finds good timing on this, and he's been doing well with it. And oh, he almost just hits that shot too. Just slips away from his fingers. So for Gaimin Gladiators, they buy themselves a player. A decent position now, but they have to fight for map control. They're actually going to pull all the way back and re-go into mid. So this is an easy one in the sense that nobody from GV is close on by. But this is where Gaimin Gladiators, they have to make a decision. Flex looks like he actually might go towards long A on this one. They might even just try to do a bit of a split on this. They haven't really tried that too often. It's really just been B has kind of been the name of the game for them. Because A has just been shut down over and over. And that's exactly what they're going to do here, Pando. They're actually just going to commit to the 2 players long, maybe even 3, keeping that C4 in the back of mid. This is a little bit worrying, though. I don't love this here of Lion Claw's position.
Yeah, well, they have a lot of, you know, opportunities. They have a lot of things they could do from this position, but of course they decide to, you know, just back off, group together once again, and this is pretty much the right call. You know, they have a lot of time left, 50 seconds. They could do anything from here, but of course you have to make a move eventually, right? So this is why they're now grouping up. Just Flex lurking around with his arm, you know, just, you know, annoying these enemies a little bit. But yeah, here we go. Grouping in front of B. You have only, what means only, right? But you have Awesome. And of course, NLS on the bomb site here, trying to hold down this push. There's a leg shot onto Landclaw. NLS finishes him off, and Raffin trying to get things stunned, and so's Flex. Face and Loons left alone on GV here. Look at Face, not wasting any time. He gets dinged already. Zane takes him out. Flex missing a crucial shot onto Loons, but it's not the end of the world. Loons still standing, still dancing, waiting for his opportunity for Raffin. He lines up. Loons takes him out, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Zane and Flex. It's still very winnable for Loons, but of course Flex takes him out with a 1-tap through the smoke. Makes it look easy though.
Yeah, it definitely makes it look a little bit easy, but again, I mean, these rounds are getting really, really close, and I was getting a little bit worried when Raffin actually just a little bit over-peaked that one, but nonetheless, I mean, GV still making this close, a 5-3 in favor for the Gladiators, and now 4-1 split from them, and GV have actually taken control of mid, so they've really kicked things up a notch. They've added a couple more peppers into this this recipe. Loons gets taken out early, so they might not expect NLS to be here. He might be able to find some timing. If he can actually find himself against Flex, though, but Flex has the Alm. NLS just has to get the perfect timing on this. He has to be picture perfect. Oh, and Raffin gets overwhelmed, but he's able to win that fight too. So Gaimin Gladiators now picking up these bodies, making it look like they actually might be able to finish this first half with a 6-3 unless Awesome can do something big. Oh, no, Flex. Oh, he just predicts it and finds him, and now this round should be over with, and there we go, a 6-3 to end the first half, and Gaimin Gladiators coming with a decent swing.
Yeah, I mean, Flex, he saved something very dangerous there, right? So, luckily, Flex is super aware, checking his corners, checking his surroundings. So, luckily, he takes it out. He takes Awesome out, so he saves the day here. GG. 6-3, looking a little bit more decisive this time around. GV, obviously, they have some good chances. They keep the rounds close, but still, in the end, GG has the upper hand. And on paper, again, GG is the better team. You know, they had a lot more successful matches, and the points, of course, you know, they speak for themselves. And yeah, it's looking, you know, it's still a close game, don't get me wrong, but overall, still, GG is so far doing they're having a better performance. But again, it is also GG's map pick, so you expect him to be good. And even though, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they are the clear favorites, I would say, I think, you know, with the better performance, I don't know. I think GV might have a good shot to still come back on this map, but they have to take a long road for that.
Yeah, especially for this map and being on the BL side, I just wonder for GV's. Like, I don't really honestly know if they've actually played this map this season. Like, I'm trying to remember, but I feel like they haven't. But somebody in the chat can definitely spam and let me know if I'm wrong. But I think when you don't have those official practices, or minimal, I should say, that definitely makes a big impact. But right now, Gaimin Gladiators have actually played a very passive setup. Raffin tries to do a little bit of a surprise attack, but he gets overwhelmed by it. And now GV, they've gotten a ton of real estate right now, so they're actually just going to try to come from every single angle to fight against these guys. And Zane making a little bit of work, but it's a chaotic back and forth. But GV seem to be the ones that just prevail it just barely. 40 seconds to get the C4 down. Now Lion Claw full HP. This is a winnable situation for him. He is definitely in a prime seat here to get himself that 1-on-2, but nice little bit of a combination here from some of the original players of this team to be able to lock things down, and GV do respond back in kind and get the opening round.
Flex looking a lot better now. 15 frags on his name. Freaky Z, on the other hand, not so great so far. 2-9. He has some difficulties to, get started here, but luckily his team has him in the back, no problem. But you might wonder, how would this look like if Spoxy would be here? But obviously it's always easy to say, right? Still, you have to mention it. Flex missing a difficult shot there at the end of the world. Gets a little bit of info. And right now it's pretty much what you would expect from GV. Let's start slow. Let's see what we can see. Maybe get some early frags. And this is pretty much what you see in these early games, right? So, I don't know about you, lads, but I would say GG will make it a very difficult game for GV. But, of course, GV, they won the first map. They're still fighting on this map. So, are we going to a third map? Maybe. But remember, it is going to be Port. And GV has won already on Port. So, let's see what this brings to Zane. In a very difficult position, he has to wait, but NLS takes him out. Now Flex missing another crucial shot. GV will advance in this round here. It's only Lion Claw and Raffin left alone in this match. Look at NLS. The aggression is so good. He gets one. Raffin is dead. Lion Claw now last man standing against 4. Look at this aggression once again. GV is ready to go. They're not making it easy at all. Lion Claw not able to clutch this one.
Yeah, honestly, really, really impressive. Again, we're just seeing GV just taking it nice and slow, but the fact that they're just getting this mid control and then they're deciding either to go on the right-hand side or they might even just try to push through A door, right? I mean, that is the biggest thing here, is the fact that Gaimin Gladiators are giving a lot of space. Like, they're just not really, like, fighting for it. Like, they're a team that normally puts a lot of uncomfortability in the server, but right now, these guys are just playing a very standard setup. Like, they're not really changing anything around. They're just giving so much respect, which is so different for them. And I think that's allowed GV to just get themselves back in this game even closer. Let's not forget, like, that first half was a 6-3. And again, this is where Gaimin Gladiators have been able to not find a single round. It's been GV now that have put themselves in a way better position, almost a tie game. And the fact that they're just getting this mid control over and over again is just cutting the map right down in half. And I don't know if for Freaky Z, it's been a tough one for him. This map, especially, the first one was decent for him. He was actually having himself not too bad a performances, but now he needs to be able to find some duels and gets himself one, maybe the second. Indeed he will. He's hungry for that third, desperate for the third. And nade's got to be thrown everywhere, and FaZe just trying to make a connection, but he's just going to pull back on it. So GV, a little bit of a reset here with a minute and 12 remain.
Yeah. Freaky Z finally putting some more numbers to his name. 4-10 still. Has a little bit of a tough time, but of course, the sub needs to jump in once or twice. And Raffin takes out Snox, but the trade is there. FaZe with a quick scope onto Raffin. Still a very likely round to go GG's way, as FaZe will go down. But Loons finds Lion Claw as well, and 2v1. Once again, Loons in a clutch situation. Of course, they know where he is going. 30 seconds on the bomb. They're not wasting any time, and Zane actually takes him out. Not even waiting for the plan or whatever, right? So, of course, GG looking very happy about this one. They are pushing this. They are pushing this to the victory, though.
Yeah, they really are. They're definitely making things. They finally get themselves the first round the second half, so it's a good thing to see. And that's kind of the opening duel we want to see from these guys, right? That's where we normally see like someone like Spoxy's able to go for a quick duel, but Flex finally gets himself a little bit more connection. He's had himself a way better game here with a 16-9. So he's definitely been a lot more active in this second map than what we saw in the first. So now for GV, this is where things are getting a little bit more hectic, a little bit more problematic, right? And now already losing Snox. Who's going to be able to step up? Who's going to be the one that's able to find themselves back into a duel to making it a 4-4? And the NLS is kind of the one that's just in mid-tower right now, just waiting to see if he might be able to find somebody. C4 finally gets picked up. These guys are taking it slow and steady. They are barely moving a muscle right now. There is a lot of clearing angles, just checking every single corner. And there's a lot of hesitation right now for these guys.
Yep. And once again, you have Awesome looking for another fight. Will he find it? Not this time around. Freaky Z takes him out. A big kill for him, of course. Awesome. He had a very good performance in the beginning of this game, but he has kind of fallen off. You know, he's dropped once again, and he trades a good Loons. Finds Reffen though, but once again, GV with the lower numbers. It is a very difficult situation once again. GG sitting very comfortable with 4 players remaining against 2, and let's see, Lionclaw, is he going to over-aggress? He stepped. So of course FaZe knows about his position. The timing is off. Of course FaZe will use this to his advantage, but will it matter in the end? Lionclaw doing a good job of holding, but eventually he goes down, and now FaZe and Blue have to do a lot of work here. FaZe gets another one, Flex with a good angle, but it's very difficult to hit. He hits it regardless. Now FaZe left alone, 1 versus 2. He gets a lot of damage done there. 10 seconds on the ball, on the clock. Time is running out for him. The bomb is dropped as well. Flex will take him out, and you know what? Another round for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all right now. So it was looking like this still is a very competitive game, but it's starting to feel like, you know, the Gladiators have really put themselves in kind of a demonstration of why they're picking this map, right? I mean, things are looking a little bit better now. GR side's able to finally pick up some slack, and Flex is now starting to feel a lot more confident to go for these mid fights and just trying to see what he's able to find as an opener. Like I said, GV have really just taking things very, very slow. You can see even LLS is just expecting somebody to be so aggro right now. And that's not even the case at all. And actually, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, they've actually switched up the composition a little bit here. So Freaky Z has pushed himself all the way deep in A generator. So this is interesting because now we've seen him play normally where Dezane is right now. But a bit of a switch up for him. So the fact that he's here, he might be able to get this timing, but now he's in spotted. He has to be able to win these fights. Flash is going to be critical, but oh man. I think it was just a second too late. That flash mate looked like it connected, but unfortunately for him, he just can't seem to find the duels, and now Dezane needs to pick up even more of the slack, and GV come out on top of this fight, and now they can reset. This is huge, but look at Lionclaw. He's already pushed all the way through B main. This could be a big backstab, but he might be going the long way. Oh no, this could be problematic. It might not be the right idea anymore, and yeah, look at this GV. They're going to have a free open site.
Yeah. Once again, Flex and Lionclaw this time around, they are being challenged. Look at this. A little bit of a light shot here will do some damage. Flex switches to the AK. 18 frags on his name, by the way. Just want to mention that. Loons has the off angle. It's a tough one to hit. Can he get anything done from his position? Not actually. It is going to be a Lionclaw. Good for free. Takes everyone out. 9 rounds on their plate, and you know what? I think we are pushing the support though. So we are looking forward to this one. GV, what can they do? They're missing 1 player. Seems like we are going to a quick break here. So I don't know about you lads, but this is looking very exciting, right? So I don't know. 3rd map coming our way.
Yeah, it's really starting to look like that's where the the path is going right now, and that's kind of why the water is starting to flow to. I was kind of questioning a lot about this for Gaimin Gladiators. I was thinking maybe they just didn't have a lot going on today, or maybe it was just a very much of an off day. But so far, looking like Compound is looking like it might be a map they've done some decent work on, and they're putting themselves in contention here for the 3-map series. And for anybody that's not aware, again, the third map, if we get there, is going to be on Port, which, you know, that's a really, really interesting one. Again, just because we saw GV, they've been able to get a squeaky win against a team like ROC. I mean, that one I feel like we could debate for a bit, but I mean, that is a win they got. But at the same time, like, Gaimin Gladiators have looked okay on it. I don't feel like it's been their best so far, so we'll have to see. This is a really interesting map if we get there to be the third and final.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are waiting for the player to come back into the server. Everyone just chilling right now. It's just another day in the office, really. I think we will have this one resolved pretty quickly, so stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. Can tell everyone is just chilling. And I think we will go back into the game soon. You can already tell. So how I know this is whenever, you know, the screen goes, you know, dark for a second and then, you know, it gets all like bright again. This is when, you know, CrossFire changes the resolution and, you know, okay, they're going back into the game. Now we wait for the spectators to join as well. So just a matter of seconds before we jump back into the action. And of course, GV on the spot here, they did a really good job on the first map. This one does look okay, but overall, of course, GG with the upper hand. It's kind of like we switched the sides, right? So first it was GV on the first map with like 10-5, I believe, if I'm not wrong. And now it is going to be maybe it's going to be the same for GG here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and you're correct. It was a 10-5 that was in favor for GV. So, and now it might be a little deja vu, but on the other side. So GV a lot of work cut out for them right now to put forward to pushing overtime. As this thing is going to go to a 3-mapper. And now you can see GV have actually taken Jenny control, so not bad at all. They're actually really fighting for real estate quickly. Removing threats, and now Freaky Z by himself, though. Like, this is not good because even his teammate can't flash him out. This is where he has to win this fight, and yeah, he gives up his body a little bit. That's a free pickup right now. That's a really tough position he was playing. Again, like, I don't love that position. It's kind of like a one and done, it feels like. Like, you're banking on the player to really just pop off, and that's such a coin flip, right? Like, that's just asking a whole heck of a lot out of the players, especially a stand-in.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So we have around 55 seconds left on the clock. This seems like GV is, you know, of course, still fighting. They still want to win this, but it seems like, you know, it's gonna be a very dry road to go through because, you know, GG, they still have the upper hand overall. I mean, of course, right now Freaky Z is dead, but he hasn't really been, you know, that great on this map, so it's not the end of the world for GG. And 30 seconds on the board now. GV, they need to make a move, and Dzane and Lion Claw, everyone is kinda grouped up towards A here, and of course, look at Raffen holding this mid push as well, so GG is very well set up here. Now it's FaZe who needs to find an open ramp. It's actually gonna be snuffed onto Dzane. Loons finds Lion Claw, and this is falling apart for GG. Lex and Raffen left alone once again in this clutch. DV gets to survive another round. As it seems, everyone goes down, and like I said, one more round to go.
Yeah, one more round for GG, but it's or for the Gladiators, I should say. It's easy to say GG and GV, but yeah, GV needing 3 rounds to pushing overtime, which again, Gaimin Gladiators, again, we have to see them just find a way to get this round done for them to move on to the last and final map of the day. And now a big fight, and Snox is able to come up big, but that's actually Flex is really just showing the biceps a little bit now, and I think this might be all done. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see one of the stars to align, and there we go. Flex puts himself with a triple kill, not allowing any room for GV to make this a comeback, unless Awesome can do something insane in this moment, but Aditi will not. And Gaimin Gladiators going to push this thing to the full extent of a 3-map series now. They're going to be able to take Compound pretty convincingly, and now it all lies onto Port as the final determination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no big surprises here. Obviously, GV winning the first map was a surprise to me personally, but with all these subs coming in, I feel like, of course, it was supposed to be very close, and this is the case here. Let's see. It is going to be Port for the decider, and again, I have to mention it, GV has already won against, Gaimin Gladiators on that map. So for me, it seems like GV might go into this map with with a little bit more confidence, I would say, but maybe GG has something else in store because, again, they lost already, so they have to change a bit, right? So, yeah, Les, what is your opinion?
Yeah, I definitely think this is a really interesting map just because I'm not fully convinced that Gaimin Gladiators are that great on it right now. I think there's a lot of reliance on Flex playing really well, and also like when Spoxy's in the server, he's playing really well. So I'm not overly excited for Gaimin Gladiators, to be honest, but at the same breath, I'm also interested to see what GV can do because they got that win, which was against ROC, right? And that's where, again, that can be a whole other conversation. We'll leave that for the desk. But look, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to get ready to go on that third map, and we'll see in a little bit. So don't go too far.
Welcome back to the desk. And Flex, basically 10 plus years of experience for this man, taking a classy victory to end the match 2. I'd just like to highlight what Laz and Pando also explained about some players were underperforming in round 1 and have definitely stepped up for match 2 as well. What do you think,
Especially
Hazem?
Flex, man. Especially Flex. See, whoever played the first map wasn't
I
Flex.
like the name, you know, it makes sense.
Yeah, he did flex on them, to be honest. Whoever played the first map wasn't Flex, but the second map, 19 kills. The guy is superior on Team GV. Team GG takes down the victory. I loved how they played. NLS showed insane playstyle for Team GV, but it wasn't enough for Freakies and Leonclo, Zane and Flex, and of course Clutch Master Ruffin. Something I really enjoyed and loved is the aggression from Team GG, especially when they were playing on the attack side. Whenever the round starts, it's always Flex taking down 2 players. So the round starts with a 4v5 because of a pick from Flex within the 5 first seconds of the round. So you're always missing someone from GV, whether it's Loons, Awesome, FaZe. Speaking of Awesome, he did have a first early round, a good early round with 8 kills, as you can tell from the third round. He was on 8-3, but sadly it did not continue for him, but it was Flex world that we were living in.
Yeah, it couldn't get snowballed, unfortunately, for GV. But as we said, GG are contenders. They won Season 2 of 2024. They're not giving up. They're not going without a fight.
Yeah.
And as we can see on the display right here, it was a fight indeed. Both teams neck to neck. Both need this win for as much value as they can gain in the standings. And let's not forget going into map 3, which is Port, a very unique map to say the least. GV did win ROC in a, what do you call it?
Overtime.
Overtime,
Yes.
exactly. They beat ROC, which is number 1 currently on the standings.
Yes,
Will that play a role? I know the absence of
win
Spox.
against GG, by the way.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, they did win against
I did
GG
not know
on the
that.
same map.
You've done your homework.
Surely did, and GG did. Okay, look, GG on Port are decent.
Yeah.
Decent to say the least. Not the best, not the worst, but for Team GV, they won against ROC, they won against GG, so why not win against them again? Thing is, we need to see all the players from Team GV locked in as they were in the first map. I'm terrified that second map for the third map for GV will be the same performance as the second map, which was quite enough, not enough for them to take down the second map.
Yeah, and the team cameras can show us a live point of view of each player in each team and how locked in they are compared to first game. First game, it seemed very frustrating. I could feel their anxiety for Team GG, or let's say XLCK as well. But nonetheless, pro players are there for a reason. They're experienced. They've been through this 100 times. Whether Spox is there or not, with all due respect to him, I'm pretty sure they can still take it forward just as much as GV wanted, you know. What do you think based on watching Game 2? Who do you think's going to come out on top?
Thing is, based on the paper and the analytics that we gave about who won what on
Initially,
Port, yeah, it's going for GG side. But the thing is, GV playstyle on the second map was super predictable, especially on the attack side. And you mentioned it when we were watching the game. You said they know they are going A. It's obvious.
Yeah,
they know, they can read it because the amount of rotations that GV is trying to give is so obvious that they are going from B, picking 1 kill, then let's go from mid straight to A side. Not enough rotations, yet not enough mind games and not enough first plus for them. So as I said, they are so readable, so predictable, which make Team GV attack side is so weak compared to GG's. And I think that's the main reason, aside from Flex getting unleashed, that's the main reason for the GV lost. But the thing is, we need to go back to the numbers, the logistics, and keep saying that Port was going more through GG side. That's GV side, sorry. That's what, because they won against ROC. They did win against GG. But the second map says a lot, though. I'm not sure, man, not sure. Maybe we will have a really close match between both teams.
I mean, numbers are situational. Just because someone has decent numbers doesn't mean in this moment they're
Especially
as prepared
CrossFire,
as they were. That's the best part about best of threes, that you get to go to this decider round and you get to see a map that maybe both teams aren't as comfortable playing it, and this will help with what? Give more time and exposure for each team to play against each other and understand who's the carries, who's the weak points, who we can capitalize on, who rushes early on defense, and who is the best entry point for offense. You know what I mean?
I think it's situational now, man. It's all about the mentality of the players. If Freak is just come and locked and ready to go him and lose and creeds, I think it might go for Team GV. But if the same Flex play the third map, the second map Flex, I think he can just take it home, because This guy, man, showed a lot throughout the weeks. Him and Dez, especially, and Learnclo. These guys showed us a lot of good performance throughout the week. We did interview him and Ruffin, and the guy is on another level when it comes to sniper gameplay.
Yeah.
But when you look at GV play style, when you look at Freaky having a good first map, a bad second one, and he's ready to go on third one all in.
He could rebound, yeah.
Yeah, he could rebound, but thing is, sometimes we go back to the. I can't put my eyes out the fact that GV did manage to get a win against ROC, and they did manage to get a win against GG. Like, I can't remove that aside, even if you tell me, forget about the numbers.
Yeah.
Numbers are situational.
I
yes.
mean, look at both matches. It's a 4 to 6 round gap between
It
each
is.
victory. And
True.
now we need to see where the experience thrives. You know, who's going to gas out first. Trust me, it's not that easy to play at a competitive level for over
Yes.
2+ minutes around and then 3 games consistently back to back. This can take a toll on you, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think NLS has new plans for Team GG for the third map, and that's for sure. A decider map, it's a matter of endurance, it's a matter of stamina, who has the longest breath, who can take it further, who can reach the overtime, because I'm pretty sure this game is going to go for overtime. Standings are so important for these two teams, especially these two teams, GG or GV, and especially GV, because they don't want to be anywhere near the last 3 places.
I don't think they deserve to be honest.
No,
Based
no,
on
man.
what I've
They
seen
are
and the
playing against
homework
the
I've
third,
done
yeah.
and their past VODs, man, they're impressive. It's just always down to the wire. It's like the same thing with TBI. It's like just not being able to finish.
That's
It's
the thing,
going
man.
through initial
Whenever
rounds.
I see Awesome playing, FaZe with the sniper, Loons with the IGLing, and now NLS and Snox, I say to myself, how are these guys on the last 3 places? Like, they don't even deserve it. They should be, I don't want to mention names, but they should be on the top 4, man. GV
I
should
mean,
be in the top 4.
circumstances happen, you know, whether it's technical, whether it's mental, psychological, you never know. But right now we're looking at the cams. All these players look well-rounded and ready to go. This is gonna be the, hopefully, I wish it wasn't the last match of the day, but it is. So give us a good match, man. I really am anticipating this game. As you can see, everyone is focused. Everyone is thinking through. Everyone is mapping out what they're going to do on this next map, which is the decider.
One thing I hate about Team GV, they can't close up the maps. They can't just end it.
You
They
think so?
choke. Yeah, I really think so. They choke at the last 3 or 4 rounds. So whenever it's they are winning and there is a big gap in the score, and I think the last map, the second map, even though Flex was dominating, but it should have gotten to more closed gap to the score, because Learncloud did make a huge clutch when it was 8-5. Imagine this clutch did not happen, 3-1. I think we would have gotten more rounds from GG side at least.
All right, thank you for your insight. I'll take it back to Laz and Pando. Much appreciated for your work, guys. Best of luck.
Thanks very much. And yeah, we get to go into the last map of the day, and it's going to be on port. And I think this is a bit of a head scratcher for me, because I'm really not sure what to expect from this. I think there is a lot of argument. You can say GV are experienced on this. I think both teams are, but I just don't know if I'm really convinced that one team is really that much better than the other. I kind of feel like this should be a really close encounter, just because I think that skill level is going to be almost dead even, in my opinion. What do you think, Pando? Well, it looks like Pando's just figuring out some mic stuff, but that's okay. What essentially what we're thinking is, it looks like again, a situation where we see, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, a lot rides for them, right? Like the whole thing I talked about in the very beginning of today was like ROC Esports, definitely a predicted team that should be top 2. Like pretty much that's the bare minimum, right? Like those guys should be there. But at the same token, it's the fact of, you know, Gaimin Gladiators is like, well, we just don't know what to expect from a team like this, just given they kind of had some weird results. Like, I mean, their overall record has been okay. Like, they are sitting in that 4-1. But at the same time, it's like, it's just, some of the games have been just so flip-floppy, which is just so unusual for them, considering they used to just dominate this league as well.
Yeah. Hear me right now? Maybe. It should be fine, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Port it is, and we are jumping right in to this match here. As you can tell, Flex again on the sniper. This time around, we see a very fast approach from GV. Look at them already moving up in front of box room. They're about to jump out. It is going to be Raffin, who might just spot them. Still holding. Him and Zane. Close. They have no idea yet. The Face is the first one to jump out. Can he get anything done from his position? Raffin actually takes him out. Face. With a quick response and just going back and forth. Look at this Face. Good for 2. He finds both of them. Now, Z and Flex in the clutch here. Flex still holding on to the arm though. And he gets something done. He finds Face. Face not checking at all. He's just relying on his teammates. Will kind of bite him here. Didn't really work out. The bomb hasn't even been planted yet, so there's no reason to jump in. 30 seconds on the board. GV is stalling this one. Just slowly. 25 seconds. Still no bomb plants. I'm wondering what the plan here is. Just to wait for any mistakes from GG's side, but it's not the case. Flex low on HP. They will peek together eventually. Still holding onto the arm with low HP. It's a smart decision here, but Loons takes them out both. Easy.
Yeah, that was huge. I think the reposition from Loons, and honestly, that timing was just right to the tee, right? That allowed him to just finding this double kill. But I love everything from both sides. It was the fact that, you know, Flex, he just got aggressive. He had the perfect timing through the smoke. Was able to find that, you know, early engagement. So it was really, really close. But it's, again, a clutch factor from Loons, who other than him. NLS, though, gets himself a little bit too antsy on this and now runs into the scope of Flex. So Gaimin Gladiators now have sharpened the blades just a little bit more. And now the daggers are doing a little bit more than just little wounds. They're starting to really make a very big bleeding effect here. Putting themselves in a really good starting point. And Snox is trying everything to be able to find this kill against Freaky Z. But now Flex posted up. But now he's have nobody in front of him. They're just going to have to sit in the back of mid, rethink their game plan. They've lost 2 players, and arguably I would say like a strong player of Awesome already taken out early. That's going to be a tough one here for GV.
Everyone is quiet for now. Bomb has been dropped. GV has no plan to move anywhere whatsoever for now. Just maybe a small peek towards A. Hello, anyone there? Nope. Flex is holding a different angle. Snox takes him out. That's 1 kill. That's something you want. Are they going to push even further? Ooh. Loons takes out Lion Claw as well. I mean, these M4 players just, you know, so sharp with these angles. I mean, I think the enemy was just jump spotting him, and still, you know, take him out. Zane, good for 1 fight. Can Loons get something done? Face is actually the one with his grenade to take him out. Raffin with a response. Now a 1v1 Face against Raffin, and it's actually going to be Face with the victory here. And there's some clapping going on from NLS.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's NLS has been gone for quite a while, but look, that competitive spirit is still alive, right? I mean, now this is where GV just need to be able to find themselves in positions where round by round they can put themselves in, you know, a big upset here. And this is honestly considered an upset if, you know, they can find this best of 3 in their favor. Like we said, I think a lot of the expectations for this whole season has been, you know, the ROC and Gaimin Gladiators kind of putting themselves in top 3 positionings, and a win like this here for GV would just be absolutely huge in the sense of just putting them up in the leaderboards. So a lot rides for them. A good entry to take on to Zane. So now able to put themselves in a 5-on-4. Still switching things up, and Lineclaw looks like he might even try to go for a fight maybe on bridge. He's looking for the timing if he can find it, but again, he's joined a little bit here with Flex on the right-hand side of GR, but right now GV in a great position. They can just kind of hold a little bit. They don't have to, again, overcommit to anything. They can just kind of play the time, wait things out. I really, really love this discipline from them right now.
Yeah, GV looking a lot stronger on port already, as they should. Again, history speaks for itself. Very patient gameplay so far, like what I'm seeing. And on the other side, of course, GG have a little bit of an issue, I would say. Design already dead on the floor. The first one to go down from the side of GG. Out goes a smoke from Loons, smoking off, I think that is Bridge, maybe a little bit too far. But yeah, again, another stack coming towards B here. It is going to be Raffin and of course Lion Claw that need to, you know, hold off this push. But look at Freaky Z from behind. He's already creeping up. Doesn't even have any idea whatsoever. The question is, they do not. Freaky Z takes 2 players out from behind. Now it's NLS left alone. He gets one. Can he find the last one as well? Not this time around. The sub will save this round.
Yeah, it's kind of the substitute versus substitute. So, I mean, look, it was looking pretty decent for GV in the beginning of this round, and they had the man advantage for a long time, and then they took things really slow. But it was really that execute that unfortunately just started to become a lot of problems for them. And Gaimin Gladiators, I was thinking it was a bit of an opening, but thankfully they were able to find themselves some decent fighting form back into this. So 2-1, and Gaimin Gladiators will put themselves on the board. And some decent control here from Freaky Z. He's going to put himself close into mid. Posted up on this. Strong position for him. But GV need to be able to find another fight in their favor. If they can put themselves in a 5-on-4, it just gives them such a great advantage. But you can see this is a very interesting setup here for the defensive side. You have Raffin that's just essentially committed in B main. And then you have the Zane that's kind of close on buy, but really, they kind of double up hard in mid right now. Flash is thrown, Freaky Z now overwhelmed by the utility. Oh, that last one caught him. Oh no, man, awesome. You gotta hit these shots a little bit quicker than that because it's gonna cost you your life and your teammates. So that little bit of a mistake and that little bit of a whiff is allowed to Zane to be able to pick up 2.
The Zane doing a lot of work for his team right now. Flex continues to do so, picks up Loons. It's FaZe and Snox left alone in a clutch. 55 seconds. Snox with the Harvey jump will find land, or will eventually find Flex as well, looking for a third. Will survive. Snox still fighting very aggressive though, it pays out. Raffin will go down as well. Now FaZe creeping up onto actually onto Design here. Another round for GV. They look so good on port though. It's really good to see that they're able to, you know, convert all the stress, all the, you know, dedication they have from all these 2 maps before. It's really looking great, but Flex already ready for an answer though.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting too is the fact that for GV, the last time we saw them, I saw them play at least on this map was against the fact of the situation with GV not looking the greatest on their BL side. I mean, this is when they played ROC, but already now, the fact that they're putting themselves up for 3-1 is definitely something a lot of improvements been made. So we'll see if they can continue on with this bit of a little bit of mayhem, but unfortunately Raffin though is going to be able to put the ruffle in the feathers. He finds a double kill. Now looking to see if he can get a 30. Will not be able to take down FaZe, but now FaZe needing to find 3 in this 1-on-4. Freaky Z will be able to get the job done. And Gaimin Gladiators, thankfully, are going to be able to find themselves another round back into this. So a 1-round differential. And FaZe has really put up some good numbers right now, an 8-3. So you love to see it, and that's kind of the one player I've been really giving a lot of criticism for, and it's good to see him back in this form. But we'll see. Bit of a waiting moment now.
All right. We are still in a very close game though. GV looking very strong. GG, I would say they still look strong, yeah, but again, On paper, they should be the better team though. Ricky Z and Flex take awesome and LS out. Face returns the favor. It's back of his own. The nade stick is good. Flex. Take him out.
Really nice big pickup here from GV. Once again, man, it just feels like they have these like weird pockets of duels where they just pick up like 2 or 3 so quickly. And it was looking decent. Like it really felt like Gaimin Gladiators had themselves in a good amount of contention, but like just plays like that from Snox when he's able to just ignite the rifle. You love to see it. And this Blacklist side honestly is way better than what I saw when they played ROC. Like when they played on ROC, it was just grueling. It was just not the greatest. So huge improvements.
Absolutely. Improvements are very necessary here as GV continues to be a little bit better. Slightly though. And I like the aggression from GV. You know, they really try their very best here to bring this one home. I mean, to be honest, I give them a chance, really. I mean, GG, again, they should be the better team here on paper, but GV has another idea as Flex takes Awesome out. Another A-long push from GV. As the interview with Flex on A top. Not getting any shots though, he found one. Can't really find the second as Snox takes out the same, but the return is there. Look at Landclaw, good for 2, almost finding the third as well. No fluence, last man standing. Not this time around, and you can tell Flex, it means so much to him though.
Yeah, it really does, right? I mean, that was, again, the player we said a lot for the Gaimin Gladiator side, where we said, look, like, you know, Spoxy being out today, you know, there's a lot riding for Flex to play himself a really good game, and map 1 was not the case for him. Now things have gotten a lot better on map 2, and now here on 3. So we're starting to see him really playing his role. Like, he's not popping off like he did before, but again, he's playing his job. Like, he's just doing what he needs to do. Finding the connections with the ALM, just stalling as much as possible. Freaky Z looks like he's had a little bit of a resurgence on this one too, looking a lot better now. Compound was definitely a struggle. That's a difficult map to jump into as a sub. But a 4-3 really just keeps this up for grabs still for both these teams. A nice nade gonna get thrown. Doesn't really do any much damage. I actually thought that was gonna do something, but it looks like it just missed him. GV, they might even go for a little bit of a pop mid here. This would be cheeky.
Oh yeah, indeed. And I like what I'm seeing. I think Lionclaw, yeah, he's been able to spot some names in BC here, which is something. A little bit of info. They know that they have BC and, of course, long control. But you would already, you know, suspect that because, yeah, you know, GG is really giving up a lot of map control towards speed here. I mean, you have APZ underneath AC, you know, just holding. It worked out earlier, still might work out, and he slowly but surely approaches a long, clears everything, so GG has an idea. And look at this, Ricky Z takes out Face on bridge, big kill. And now GV, they need to make a move, but look at this, GV. They will take out Grafton, it's a big kill, he's ain't trying to do them. This push from working out, a lot of shots being missed, but so does GV. It's only going to be awesome, 1 versus 3, 30 seconds left, bomb has been dropped. The AK not really ideal for this, you know, for this situation, the spot he's in, and another good round for GG though.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, it was a little bit grim, like right here where Dezane was really struggling to find that second kill, but at least he got it done. But yeah, at least his teammates were able to bounce back and help him out. So 4-4 we go. And for Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, this is a moment now. This round is going to determine who's going to be able to win this first half. But NLS, unfortunately, has had himself a bit of a slow start to this game. It's just been really, really difficult, and as well as Awesome. Like, he's, again, Awesome is putting himself in MVP categories for some of the first maps. But this one's definitely been a little bit more of the struggle bus. Still wide open for the taking for both these teams, and hungry for the win here today to put themselves a little bit elevated on that leaderboard in the standings. And Raffin now playing a very aggressive angle here into B, just looking to see if he might be able to find this, but Dezane starts off the opening duel, takes down the IGL of GV, so that is an impactful kill to say the least here.
Absolutely. And you know, for GV, it's a big big meaning, right? So if they get this one done, they beat GG. It's really a statement, though. But for GG, if they lose here, it is, well, some kind of statement as well, but in the other direction. So GG don't want this one to slip. They want to remain one of the top players, right? And the top teams, really. So what can they do to remain like this? It is going to be a little bit weird as NLS just pushes through, though. But Freaky Z and Zane take him out. It's gonna be Zane and Raffen. Snox is already close on these headshot boxes. He drops down. And look at this, an absolute slaughter here.
Yeah, big slaughterhouse. And now, I mean, Flex 1-on-3 get themselves maybe this first half in their favor. Albion makes a shot, but he takes a ton of damage. Critically low now. He's wounded. He's got the bandage on him, but now he has to find 3 duels, and he's already just going to run into the site. Should be a done deal, and indeed it will. So GV going to put themselves in the 5-4 category, so they're going to get themselves a lead. But again, I feel like a broken record, but I'm loving the fact that like this was what I wanted to see for GV is like the change up and like what Loons is going to be able to bring to this team, and the fact that we've seen improvement already from just even a week or 2 ago. You love to see it. The fact that their BL side has allowed them to take a half. That's something I was not really expecting in this one. I thought it was going to be relying on the old GR side, but maybe now that might just be the icing on the cake.
Might be. FaZe takes out Lion Claw. This is a very close matchup, as we expected it to be, right? It is map 3, the Decider map. GV won their map pick, GG won theirs, so it's kind of funny actually. It's pretty much what you would expect, but overall, I would never ever, given GV that much credit, like, I don't know. I didn't really expect him to go that deep into this matchup, but it is what it's, it happened, so gotta give him credit. Here it is, there's your credit. And now Dzane, Freaky Z, and of course Raffen, they need to stop GV, because if GV gets some momentum rolling, historically, they keep it on. And again, I feel like I think the desk, they already mentioned it, but GV has some issues with, closing all these very close rounds and games. And right now, it doesn't seem like it is still the case, right? Loons gets 2 kills, and of course, another one will end the deal here. And you know what? Another round for GV, though.
Yeah, it is another round for GV, and this is the thing, like, that's where I was kind of saying before, like, for them, like, the fact that their BL side was already showing this much promise, like, when they played ROC, again, like, ROC were up 7-2 when they were on the blacklist side, so this is where I'm saying, like, the GR side is really, like, a really good comfort for these guys, and just trying to see it. Look at how fast they're just picking up these duels within, what, like, not even 20 seconds of the round, they're already down to a 4-on-2, and GV are really just trying to get this big W here. And this could really mix things up here for the top 4 placements and make a lot of interesting conversations leading into tomorrow. Unless we see Dzane with a little bit of a clutch factor by himself. A good flash, so Snox is going to be blind. Some work from him. He's just single-handedly running this by himself, and now hoping that Raffen's going to be able to do something in the backstab. Finds himself one, so now there's a bit of a distraction point, but Dzane, he's actually going to run away from this. The fact that Raffen's able to find these 2 kills, this has changed this round a lot. This has really just been a whirlwind. C4 is going to get picked up. 1:20. Rotates are already coming through. This is chaotic. This is just nuts, and Raffen has single-handedly put this round into his hands here, Pando. And honestly, NLS needs to do something big, but no, Raffen's going to do one bigger. Puffs the chest, and look at that. Stone cold killer right now. 6-5, not bad at all. So GV keep themselves in the lead by 1. Now it's a question if they can hold on a little bit more. Now FaZe is just doing the low-hanging fruit with a triple kill, looking for the quad if he can. Has just isolated these fights, able to just put a massive barrier in the roadway, and these guys have just smashed into it. Now they're finally doing a little bit of a detour. The 3-on-2, still the favor of GV. C4 are going to be obtained. Now GV, a big question if they want to just be aggressive or hold their front, and instead they're going to play this conservatively. They're going to play this passively. It's definitely the right call. C4 is going to make its way all the way towards the B main. And Gaimin Gladiators now evaluating what they need to do and trying to figure out something. And GV just have to make sure they keep themselves alive. They just have to play the numbers game, and this should be a done deal for them to finding their 7th round.
Let's see what they can do. Again, a very close round. Can GV close this one out? GV. Slowly. But surely. Push it towards Awesome here. Awesome has the better idea. And of course, Loons helps his friend out. Another round for GV. A very close matchup again. I mentioned it over and over again. But look at this. FaZe gets one more, and even a third. It is just so nice to watch these two teams play, right? It's very close all the way till the end here. And it's not even done yet, GV. They have a 2-round lead right now, but it's not even close to, till the end. Right? Look at all these. This looks like a DM server right now. They're not wasting any time, pushing, smashing. And right now, it looks like an even trade, though.
Yeah, it still seems like GV, though, are just really, again, just kind of picking up the fragging department really, really well. And again, their GR side's looking pretty strong on this. And now for them, I mean, again, they got FaZe alive, sitting at 17-7. Even the fact that, NLS, like, I don't like picking on him, but I know, like, he's had himself a really hard game, but he's still playing a lot of his role. Like, he's throwing the utility, he's still just trying to allow his teammates to use him as best as they can. That's all that matters, and they got themselves a 2-round lead. And now Dezane and Freaky Z, like, they're the ones that have to do something big in this one. And Dezane's already, halfway down his HP. Unless now maybe the moment does spot them. So I think he's got the intel. But what does Gaimin Gladiators want to do with this? I mean, they can decide to commit to this. They can even pull back if they want. And it actually looks like they're going to reconvene. They're going to make a new game plan. Oh, they're going to try to go towards B. They think that they maybe have got the timing on this. But GV are close. They're very, very close on buy. And now Gaimin Gladiators taking a bit too long on this one. Shots getting made. NLS going to be the first point of contact. He's just trying to be the distraction point, but his head's going to get removed. Now Dezane looking for another one, and GV all of a sudden have lost this power play of the 3-on-2. And now it's all down to FaZe. A clutch situation. He's got the arm in hand. He's got the pistol ready to go. He's going to be able to get himself in the high ground in the site. And they might not expect him to be here. He's got himself in a strong position. Oh no, but he misses the shot. Can he find the second? He will not. Freaky Z will save the day here for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Wow, I mean, it was very close there, right? I mean, FaZe, he picks up Dezane, not able for Freaky Z there. The savior for GG, and you know what? I actually like the decision for them. They were spotted in mid by NLS. They decided to go back towards B. Of course, GV was ready for it, but it didn't really matter because they were just better, right? They were just picking players one by one, and in the end, even clutched this round. So huge shout out to them. It is still a nice battle, everyone wants those points, and GV still slightly in the lead. A head-to-head like you want to see it, a best of 3 all the way to the 3rd map. And now things start to slow down once again. Freaky Z with a little bit of a damage, but let's take a look towards GV here, right? 18 frags for FaZe and 16 for Snox. But one thing we also have to mention, it's NLS 2-12. Not the greatest performance on this map so far, but I'm sure he has some other ideas. Maybe he has some, some strats that he brings to the board to help them boys out, but something is not working out for him right now.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators just looking like they want to go for the big old fight here in B once more. Might not even really execute into this. They might just do a little odd pop flash or two. Awesome does make the first connection, but Snox unfortunately cannot seem to find a duel. Oh, look at that. And NLS now finally gets himself a little bit of something. Finds a double kill. Looking for a little bit more, but he's going to go to the grave. And this thing is just a bar fight. Everybody is just swinging, hoping to land the shot. And now FaZe is down to critical HP. And a clutch scenario. And Dezane now and Flex in a really good position for each other. Zane going to reposition himself now. It's a strong angle. What is FaZe going to do? What is his plan going to be? And now he's only got 27 seconds to work with. He has to make a plan very quickly. He cannot wait any longer. He's walking through B house. Flex has got the jump spot on him, so I think he's going to have this intel. So now the communication's been made. And Gaimin Gladiators just trying to use the pit as much as possible in their control, and indeed they will. A tie game. We're back on it.
Yeah. Great setup here from GG. You know, not making anything even possible to go, you know, GV's way. Of course, plays very low in HP. Still, he had the arm in hand, so it wasn't really impossible for him. But of course, again, the setup was too good. And GG, they closed up the rounds. We are break even 7-7. We will go all the way, all the rounds. As FaZe will take out the Zane. An early frag. The over-aggression from FaZe turns out to be the right call here. So GG will once again start with a disadvantage. But it will not matter too much. Pretty sure Flex has an idea. Starts to move all by himself towards AC here. A little bit with the Harvey jump. He does he fails it though. He fails it. Needs to back off. He's been spotted. Let's see, what can they do this time? The time is slowly but surely going down as GG group up in front of B. And it seems like they have an idea, they have a plan. Is it gonna work, lass? I'm not sure though.
Yeah, they really seem to be focused on the B site. I think they think that's the best plan of attack, which is interesting. Considering that Snox has been playing here, he's been doing well. It's a nice opening here with Snox once again. Finds himself a double, so now he's redeemed his teammates, but back and forth we go. And just like that, the carpet has been pulled underneath these guys at Gaimin Gladiators and Freaky Z. A lot to ask for him in that kind of a fight. GV will be able to find themselves back into the lead contention. And really interesting from Gaimin Gladiators. I'm curious why they want to keep just popping into this B site. They've really just put a lot of focus onto this. So something's up. Something they know that we don't here, Pando, but what I do know is they're behind by 1 now.
Yeah, to be fair, if you have FaZe on a top, you don't really want to go there. But of course, maybe they just feel more comfortable on B though. Of course, when GV stacks B side, it is still a very tough one to take, but again, facing FaZe on a top, not something you are looking forward to, and still, you see, you know, GV heavily stacking towards B, but it's also because you have FaZe. Look at this position. No one ever checks that, right? I mean, this off angle, with an arm especially, right? It's pretty hard to, you know, to beat. So, of course, GV knows, okay, it's not really yay because you have analyzed jump spot over there. Can't really be mid because you have FaZe, and of course the rest of the boys on B. And look at this, 1 by 1 they pick up these GG players, and oh no. They need to be careful though. GV is pushing to 9. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, with all 5 players alive too and barely taking any damage, GV are in a real prime position here to put map and series point in their hands. They just have to make sure they don't lose composure. That's potentially a start to it. Awesome, a little bit of an over peak on this one. Freaky Z and now Raffin against the world right now to see if they can bring this thing back to a tie game. Waiting things out, and FaZe just put himself in a big flank. Beautifully done. I was worried he was going to maybe just shoot a little bit too premature, but at least he gets it done. That's going to be the C4 drops, and now Raffin's big task about clutch is even going to be harder. He's finding some duels. Surely not. Oh my god, are you joking? 11 HP, 13 bullets in the chamber, but he's got 17 seconds. He has to make a play now. He thinks that somebody's here. But look at FaZe. He can just play the peekaboo game. He can just wait things out. Oh god, he's peeking. And oh man, he gets it done.
Wow. For a second, I was believing. I was like, maybe. Maybe it's an upset. But, of course, FaZe is positioning. I don't like it, but it worked out. So, 1 more to go it is for GV and, of course, for GG. They need to step it up big time because otherwise they will run into some trouble. NLS will try drafting here. It was a very close duel though. NLS finally will go down, but there's a trade from FaZe, and you know what? This round looks so good for GV right now. There's only going to be 3 more players from GG and Snox. With so much aggression, they have the bomb as well. This is so big, and they know the flash is good. Snox, he gets 1, he gets 2. 1 more player to go. It's gonna be Flex, the leader. The OG here, can he get something done? It is going to be a very tough ask for him. Loons does the best with his M4. He will eat that grenade though. Time is still ticking here. Some more players help him out. Flex gets 1, but it is going to be GV taking this one in fashion. And look how much it means to NLS. He's so happy about this one though.
Yeah, well, it's a lot to jump in, you know, last second, you know, for being a sub and just playing with some old teammates and friends and getting a big W, right? That's what we were saying. Like, this means a lot, and the whole storyline for GV is like, they're all very talented players. It was more just about, is this new leadership of Loons really gonna elevate their game to like putting them into invite category for, you know, the other international competitions, things like that, and even just making top 4 placements, because they've been robbed a bit, right? I mean, these last couple seasons, we've seen them so close to getting that top 4 and playoff contention, but they just seem to slip away at the last moment. So honestly, what a big win for them. Like, to take down GG like this, that's a huge feat. And for Gaimin Gladiators, I think they got a lot of homework cut out for them. They have a lot of things they got to clean up now quickly.
Yeah, it happens. GG. It is going to be GV taking this one home. So guys, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for watching, and we take it to the desk. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back. What a heart-pumping game. That was intense, man. And I couldn't agree more with Laz and Pando about the shenanigans that was going down in the game itself, especially from everyone. Like, no names, all names aside. Let's just say, who do you even think the MVP is, man?
There are 2 MVPs, man, at this
There
point.
has to be. I wish there was.
And Snox. FaZe and Snox, man. Every time I see FaZe with a sniper, pew, 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 he keeps going with ham, man. One after another. 24 kills, man. Snox, 21 kills, 10 deaths for both of them. Both of these players are just superior, man. Insane.
And as Laz mentioned, the time they played Port on ROC against ROC, they played Port. I think they played pretty good. And once the sides were swapped, I think that's when GV just put the bullet in the barrel and aimed it at GG and fired.
Man, there's one certain round that FaZe just broke them. He broke their mentality, their motive, their hopes to come back. It was 8-6, and FaZe did an insane 3.
Yeah.
It was the first 3 sniper shots. Me and you saw it. We was like, what?
I almost got up from my own chair, man. That was something else.
At the early 10 seconds of the rounds, you don't see this every day at all.
Definitely.
I mean, look, Flex did counter a lot of kills. He did show up to the match, but it wasn't enough. I mean, it was overwhelming from FaZe and Snox. The amount of rounds that they got their first blood on the defense. Every time you start a round, you lose 1 or 2 players off team GG. So it's super hard for them. Honestly, I'm super happy for the GV win, because look at their place at the standings. Now it's time to a fresh start, new cheat. Let's go. Let's start get ourselves some more wins.
Yeah, and as the caster said, I think GG is going back to the drawing board. Nonetheless, very good performance, and hopefully Spox will be joining them next game, and maybe it can balance things out and keep their standings. Now we're looking at the set summary here. Please help me describe what you see.
Man, I loved, before talking about the summary, NLS ad with the team GV. It just says a lot about how Snox and FaZe plays, because this duo did not play this good together as in the previous weeks. With NLS ad, you can tell that he has this guidance. He acts like a godfather between Snox and FaZe.
The mentor, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He tells who plays where, who stands in B, who stands in A. At the same time, you gotta mention the KDA of FaZe 2.67. The guy is insane, but some credits needs to be given also for Team GG, especially for Flex and Dez. They did try, but again, the golden duo, the better duo, FaZe and Snox was overwhelming.
Yeah,
for
I
them.
felt like FaZe in the first 2 matches kept his gas. You know, he
Yes,
kept his
exactly.
energy.
That's
He
the
knew
wild
it was
card.
going. Yeah, he knew it was going to a game 3, as did we. And just like our casters said, Laz and Pando said, there is a lot of frustration that happened, but at the same time, I think most individuals that they mentioned in both teams stepped up to the game and tried to prove themselves. And the
Indeed.
subs weren't actually, they didn't cause a deficit. In fact, they added a lot. And wow.
Exactly, man. Exactly. 1.92 KDA. That's the man, the myth, the legend, FaZe, ladies and gentlemen. And the luck did play a part for Team GB when we speak about the map, the decider map being port. Especially because they already won against ROC, they won against GB, so
And
they
it's
have
random,
a good history for a map like port. But aside that, man, insane performance from the whole team, insane performance from Team GB. FaZe, I'm waiting for the interview. Lots of questions on my mind to ask this guy. Just look at the highlights. It's a kill after another after another. The synchronization between, okay, let me throw a flashbang and you swing with the sniper, and that's what happened with most of the kills with FaZe. It's not FaZe alone, but it's also the positioning and the presence of someone like Loons and NLS IGLing and helping him with the flashes and the needed utility for him to get enough kills.
Yeah, and Pando did mention as well that NLS might not have the best score or performance, but I'm pretty sure his impact came in priceless when it came to the result.
For sure. So when you're the IGL or the co-IGL, second IGL, you don't focus. That's the highlight, by the way, the first triple kill. When you're IGLing, you don't focus on the kill more than you focus on who places where, who stays at what side, A or B or at the middle,
trades,
who lurks,
the
who flanks.
utilities,
Exactly.
the
He utilized
details.
everything, and NLS, for this guidance and the amount of kills that he got, insanely
Almost
well
a 2.0 KDA. That's
sir.
very impressive, even for any player.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. But the question is, Koshari, can Team GV stay with the same performance, or was it just one wonder game?
My feeling and intuition says that they can definitely push through and possibly reach top 3. That would be my standing. And I'm also confident in GG that they can reach a point where they can make a comeback and actually maintain their place or possibly climb. You never know.
See, after this loss, it's terrifying for GG because it's not only a GV who were watching the game, not only us, but also Anubis, TBI, ROC, and other teams that wants their position in the standings.
Speaking of GV, I'd like to take us to the interview, which will be with NLS. Boss man, I saw you smiling the entire time near the end.
He's happy, man.
Yep.
He's a
Of
happy
course,
man.
as always.
How do you feel first? Before asking any questions, how do you feel?
I feel very good, especially after the third map where I was
Let's
really
go,
bad
man.
performing.
Beautiful
But,
performance by all of you.
FaZe and Snox did everything.
You think so?
yeah,
I think
thanks to
it's
them.
a team game, man. You're just being
Yeah, of
humble.
course, of course, of course.
Quick
You
question.
get some good calls, right?
Definitely. Quick question. I'd like to ask, is this a statement just like some of our casters mentioned? Is this a comeback? Is this a way of you guys proving to everyone and all the audience that you're more than capable of finishing top 4 and even more in the future?
I hope so. I mean, we will try to get top 4, of course. That's our goal. But yeah, it's a good win. We are happy that we won, but still, it was GG without Spoxy. So we are not counting it too high because
It's a condition,
yeah, Spoxy is, in my opinion, the best sniper in US right now. So yeah, him missing, you felt it really bad in game. So yeah, we are happy.
I mean,
it's a good win.
With the Spoxy presence or not, you guys did insane. You guys were superior. My question is to you, NLS, what's next, man? What's next? Where do you see you guys from here, man? What's the next move?
I mean, for now, with this win today, we need to show that we can beat TBI too. And then we have a really good standing already, and we are prepared for the next game against Anubis because we think Anubis will be the one which we have to fight and win to get top 4. So
I think with FaZe and Snock's presence, everything's possible, and you, of course, being there coaching the boys. Thank you, NLS. Kosher, do you have any other question?
No, not at all. Thank you so much, NLS. I'll take it
No
back. Good luck in your future endeavors, and I wish you the best.
Thank
my
you,
friend.
man.
Thank you.
His smile says it all, man.
What a day, what a day. I'm gonna sleep tonight as well, thinking of tomorrow's games, by the way. Like, how can I not? There's so much adrenaline in the room. Even, it's not just between me and you. I feel the audience, I feel the players when the cams are on them. And the standings, man, it's not, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like when they say the standings, yeah, there's no competition. No, but I feel like this league has so much competition.
It's so heated between the top 3 and the 4th and the 5th and the 6th. Look at TPI and GV. GV got than TPI. GV with 6 matches, 3 wins. TPI 5 matches, 1 win. So now, as Analyst said, we are hunting for the position of Anubis with 7 matches and 4 wins. If GV manage to get this win also tomorrow, they can take over Anubis base.
And I'd be more than happy to join you guys for that game in the near future. Thank you for everyone, and thank you our casters Laz and Pando. Thank you as well, Hazem.
Thank you.
I will see you guys very soon. Have a good night.